Good morning, Commissioners. Chief Moore, Mr. Tiefenk, Madam Secretary, Mr. Inspector General, Mark Smith, Mr. City Attorney, Carlos De La Guerra, and members of the public. Today is June 28th, 2022. It is 9:31 a.m. This is a special meeting of the Los Angeles Board of Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Good morning, Commissioner Briggs,
Present.
Commissioner Decker,
Present.
Commissioner Bonner,
Here.
Commissioner Kalanche absent, and Commissioner Sobroff.
Here.
Thank you. Let the record reflect that we have a quorum. Also present, we have the Executive Director, the Chief of Police, the Inspector General, and the City Attorney. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We welcome everyone attending this morning. All public comment will be heard during item 2 on the agenda. We will dedicate a total of 45 minutes to public comment. Members of the public will have 1 minute per agenda item for a maximum of 2 minutes total. At the request of the speaker will be given 1 additional minute for general public comment for a maximum of 3 minutes. Members of the public who participate in public comment are reminded that they can speak to any item on the agenda or a matter within the jurisdiction of the Board of Police Commissioners. Public comment is your opportunity to address the board. So you are free to express your opinion on matters before the board and to generally express when you disagree with other opinions expressed. However, directing your comments to other individuals who have spoken or attacking others who have expressed their opinion shall be deemed off topic and your public comment period will be concluded. Members of the public, if you choose to participate in the public comment portion of the agenda, you can participate in this meeting in one of a number of ways that are outlined on your agenda. Before I call item number 1 on the agenda, the report of the Chief of the Police, I want to say a couple of comments. Like the majority of Americans, I was deeply troubled last week when the U.S. Supreme Court stripped women of their right to choose. I personally believe the decision to be a monumental error and a step backwards. It may be the beginning of once again relegating women to the second-class citizenship. Simply stated, in my opinion, the reversal of Roe v. Wade is wrong. For that reason, I'm calling upon the Director of Constitutional Policing and Policy, Elizabeth Rhodes, to prepare a draft policy for the Board of Police Commissioners' consideration that would forbid the LAPD from enforcing any law enacted by the U.S. Congress that bans abortions. Los Angeles can and should be a sanctuary city for women anywhere who seek an abortion. With that, I turn to the Chief of Police. Good morning, Chief.
Good morning, Commissioner President Briggs, Vice President Decker, Commissioner Bonner, Mr. Inspector General, City Attorney, Mr. Tiefenk, and the Board Secretary. As I begin my remarks each week, I'll cover first the COVID-19 update. In regards to this past week, we have experienced 64 new cases. That brings our total to 6,268. 46 of those individuals are made up of our sworn staff, and 18 are civilian professional class employees. Within the makeup of those new 64 cases, 42 of them involved individuals who have been fully vaccinated. That's 66% for a quick statistic. Overall, since the onset of the vaccine being available, 56.6% of our overall number of infections involve people, members of the organization who are fully vaccinated. Breakdown of that is 1,172, 52.2% being sworn, and civilian making up 479 of those individuals. The next item is our work status. I've encouraged this week to see a reduction of 37 of our personnel that are at home recovering from COVID. That number now stands at 297. I'm sorry, 260. That number last week was 297. This has involved an additional 100 personnel returning back to the field. And most grateful is that last week we saw our long-term COVID patient who had been hospitalized for nearly 9 months. Released from the hospital, he's now at home and continuing his rehabilitation on an outpatient basis. Finally, there have been a number of comments relative to the Bluestone testing process, and I just wanted to update the public that on May 13th, we notified all of our employees who are currently in the process of a vaccine exemption request and are required to test each week. They were notified that they can continue to test using the Bluestone testing process and do so on an on-duty basis, or on their own time and utilizing a third-party testing process using the PCR test can engage in that process each week to demonstrate that they are not COVID positive. Moving to significant events and comments. First, I want to thank Commissioner President Briggs, Commissioner Vice President Decker, Commissioner Bonner, Mayor Garcetti, and others that attended the funeral services last Wednesday for Officer Houston Tipping. Your presence there, as well as the countless others that were there, both of law enforcement agencies from across the region, as well as members of the community and public, was an opportunity to pay tribute to the life and service of Houston. His death occurred as a result, as you are aware, of an accident that occurred at Legion Park during a training class in which he was an instructor. And in the immediate aftermath of that, I directed Commander Steve Lurie of the Office of Constitutional Policing and Policy to conduct a comprehensive investigation into the accident, including recorded interviews of everyone present. That investigation is also reviewing the training course itself, including the curriculum, its history, safety precautions, and other course requirements established by the California Peace Officers Standards and Training, also known as POST. I expect the report will be completed within the next 30 days. I'm also aware of media reports that Officer Tipping attributed to Officer Tipping's mother that she has filed a claim for damages with the city regarding her son's death. I understand it contains allegations that Officer Houston was beaten and they suffered laceration to the head. And while typically myself and the department, we do not comment on pending claims, given the significant media attention these allegations have gathered, I believe it's in the public and department's best interest to make a comment briefly. Briefly, I've reviewed the points identified, and Officer Tipping did not sustain, based on the information I have up to this point, any type of laceration to his head resulting from the fall that he suffered to the ground as a result of being, so let me be clear, Officer Tipping did not sustain any laceration to the head, any cut or otherwise to his head as a result of his fall to the ground when he and another officer during a training exercise fell to the ground. Officer Tipping was also not struck or beaten during this training session. He did grab or grapple with another officer and both fell to the ground, resulting in a catastrophic injury to his spinal cord. As a parent myself, I cannot imagine the pain and suffering, the grief that Officer Tipping's mother and his entire family is going through. We also grieve in his tragic death, and I'm committed to ensuring that the investigation is comprehensive and understanding how this accident occurred and what added safeguards or other steps can be taken to ensure that it's never experienced again. Next topic I'd like to address is the 27th Street one-year anniversary on June 30th, where tragically we saw an explosion during a effort by our Emergency Services Division, a bomb squad, to dispose of illegal explosives that had been stored dangerously in a rear yard of a residential area in South Los Angeles. As we approach this one-year anniversary, let me again express on behalf of this department our sincere apologies and regret that this accident occurred. In the immediate aftermath, I called for an independent investigation by Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, as well as our own internal investigation. One also was an overview by the Office of the Inspector General. We invited in the ATF to look at the facts and circumstances to identify the cause and origin of this explosion, but also to understand from a top to bottom review of our training, our protocols, our oversight and accountability. In the aftermath, as it's been reported to this commission in the past, significant strides were made to strengthen each of those areas. As well, we established policies at the direction of this commission that the use of a TCV, total containment vehicle, will not be used in any residential setting in the state of Los Angeles going forward for the destruction of explosives. ATF and FBI also participated in ensuring the best practices of our bomb squad were in place. We have new command personnel in place, personnel that were directly involved in this explosion have been removed. Disciplinary action has been taken involving their actions. And I am confident that these safeguards and these added steps will ensure that such an accident is never repeated. Additionally, in the immediate hours in the aftermath of this explosion, the entire city family, under the leadership of Councilman Curran Price and the mayor's office and the emergency management department, launched into a long-term recovery process, both in restoring the conditions of this neighborhood to its pre-existing condition prior to this explosion, rehousing everyone who was impacted by this, and ensuring that the emotional welfare also steps were taken to mitigate the damage emotionally that this tragic incident has created. Some statistics regarding this recovery: 17 of the 24 homes involved have now been repaired. However, there are still 19 households that remained being housed at a nearby hotel, and that at the city's expense. 5 of those households are property owners. 14 are renters or tenants of the buildings that they were there earlier. The recovery efforts continue with the effort to resolve all outstanding claims for damages, to see that each of these remaining residents, whether it be property owner or tenant, are transitioned into a permanent solution for housing. I'm also proud of the work of Newton area, who has continued to step into this time. Individual senior lead officers, the community relations office, and Newton beat officers have been instrumental in opening and establishing lines of communications with affected residents, providing resource guides, organizing and participating in community events, including back to school backpack giveaways and events over the holidays. Newton area also continues to provide 24 hours a day, 7 days a week deployment in that neighborhood to ensure its continued safety, as some residences are continuing to be rebuilt and construction supplies and others would offer potential vandals or opportunists an opportunity to further prey on that neighborhood. So our presence is there and will continue. Newton area is also working with the council office and other city departments, including DWP, has sought to increase lighting for overnight lighting, for street lights on the streets themselves, as well as the alleys, as well as other capital improvements to improve the overall quality of life and livability of that neighborhood. Again, as I close on this topic, I apologize that this happened on a circumstance that was dangerous and that was potentially a life-threatening risk to the public. And our efforts there was to mitigate and safeguard that, and to safely dispose of tons of illegal fireworks. And I regret the fact that in our handling of this, that we brought this tragedy to this neighborhood. And we're committed to continuing to work with our community partners, as well as our city leadership under Councilmember Price, to ensure that this circumstance is remedied with the full restoration of every impacted party. The next topic I'd like to discuss is follows the decision by the Supreme Court and its announcement on Friday involving the Roe v. Wade, the Dobbs decision. In the aftermath of that decision, we of course saw and understand the public outcry, and that decision prompting protests and demonstrations here, not just in Los Angeles, but across the country. Those protests began on Friday and continued over the last 4 days. And in that time, more than 16 different and distinct protests and demonstrations have occurred, with thousands in attendance, and the vast majority largely peaceful. And this comes with the exception of Friday night and Saturday afternoon. On Friday night's occasion, there was a freeway incursion in the late afternoon, early evening. And then later in the evening, approximately 9 to 10 p.m., there were officers, as they were attempting to disperse crowds in the downtown area, came under attack with rocks and bottles and other projectiles. Efforts to impact both these circumstances, the freeway incursion as well as the assault on officers, resulted in uses of force. I want to report briefly on the number of those uses of force. In regards to less lethal munitions, these are munitions that are targeted on individuals who pose a violent threat or risk to officers' safety, an immediate threat of physical harm. We had 6 total deployments, 6 munitions fired and used during the entire episode of Friday night. On Saturday, there were no use of less lethal, and there's been no use of force or use of less lethal since Saturday's freeway incursion. In regards to those 6, they were each used by patrol resources that were assigned to mobile field force squads. None were fired by Metropolitan. 1 round was fired or deployed against an individual who was throwing a bottle full of unknown liquid at the officers. Another was at an individual who's attempting to disarm or take an officer's baton. Another round was used on an individual who was spraying flames towards an officer using a spray can of paint and a lighter. That individual was arrested for assault with a deadly weapon on a police officer and later booked for attempt murder. One munition was used on an officer attempting to grab, on an individual attempting to grab an officer's 40mm less lethal launcher, the firearm itself. And the additional one was used at a person who was attempting to take a person who was in custody, an arrestee, from officers. And as a defensive move, that less lethal round was used. And then the 6th round was used against an individual who was throwing fireworks, pyrotechnics at officers. In regards to other uses of force, all other uses of force involved baton pushes and 1 power stroke was administered by 22 metropolitan divisions at various times, involving these freeway incursions and attacks on officers as efforts of officers were to push protesters or demonstrations or individuals away from officers as they're attempting to make an arrest and or move a crowd out of an area. The department has initiated a series of complaint investigations into the conduct of these crowd control movements. 7 instances have been consolidated for crowd control. These complaints will look into allegations whether or not the baton strikes, the less lethal use, and open-hand pushes were met the standards of the Los Angeles Police Department. There are also, and we're aware of 10 instances that we've gathered from social media posts and others involving members of the media who were denied access to a closed area or somehow interfered or use of force involving a member of the media. Each of these complaints will be overseen and led by the Professional Standards Bureau, our internal affairs personnel. In regards to a number of officers injured and the nature of their injuries, we had 5 officers injured over the course of Friday night. There were no injuries to my knowledge on Saturday or since that point. The most serious was one involving exploding pyrotechnics. Second one, of course, the reference spray paint can being used as a flamethrower. And the last one, a large rock that struck an officer that was thrown from a crowd. For protest injuries, we have recorded 2, both involving arrestees in the use of a 40mm less lethal launcher, complained of pain to her abdomen. She was treated and was later booked for the felony charge, but the resulting injury did not require hospitalization or serious injury. The male suspect who was booked for the attack on the officer with the paint can and the spraying of lit flame towards the officer, he was seen at our dispensary for contusion to his abdomen, which was a result of a 40mm, I believe, munition, and complained of pain to his wrist. As for the arrests, we've noted both of them. The individual who attempted to disarm an officer by taking his baton, and the other one involving this individual with a ignited paint can. Two areas of note as far as tactics that we've seen in this is one is very similar to earlier episodes, and that is a largely lawful, peaceful, expressive group that takes to the street and moves about the city. That department facilitates those individuals, and that there will be fringe or extreme groups or individuals that will then try to move into that group and create chaos and turmoil, and then hide or secrete themselves back into the crowd. The use of umbrellas, for instance, where a person will stand behind the umbrella, and in the instance of the flamethrower, then stand up in front of the umbrella and discharge the flame towards the officer. That resulted in the flame actually striking the officer and singeing a small burn or slight burn injury to his hands. So the infusion, if you will, of a small disruptive group into an otherwise largely peaceful and law-abiding group has continued, and one that we, as I mentioned on Friday, I'll continue to mention here. We're asking all our organizers and those that are present during these demonstrations is to work with us and not have and allow those type of individuals to coexist. The individual who was arrested for this attempt murder had 5 cans of spray paint in his backpack, in addition to the lighter. He was not there for any lawful protest or demonstration regarding the Supreme Court's decision. The second one was this issue of the spray can. That is a very troubling development and one that we'll watch closely. And I look to the district attorney's office. This case was assigned to our robbery homicide division. Look to the district attorney's office for their help and support in the full prosecution of this individual who was involved in this terrible attack on officers. In regards to any other assessment in the aftermath of this, it's very early. I look to these investigations to be completed in regards to the actions of the officers and their use of force. I look to us to look to the actions involving what's been posted on social media. But in the midst of this, I'm also reminding our personnel at the access of media personnel to closed areas involving these type of demonstrations is a matter that has been now a matter of law, and our training is in place and our expectations. The department is committed to fully facilitating facilitating demonstrations and protests. The vast majority has been peaceful. However, these freeway incursions are dangerous and require immediate action to prevent, which may involve force in order to accomplish that. I'm aware of, for instance, on Saturday, there's a picture or a video of a woman who had a megaphone in her hand and was on the freeway, and officers were effecting an effort to move people off of that freeway. And I recognize the public outcry or some members of the public's concern relative to the actions of the officers, and we'll look at that closely. But people on the freeway is a deadly risk to themselves, to officers who are there and cause to have to remove those individuals, as well as the motoring public on the freeway. Secondly, our efforts on Friday to disperse groups were only after these violent instances of officers being attacked. Our efforts going forward into the coming days is to, as we've seen through the remainder of these other protests and demonstrations, is that a facilitation of traffic around these areas and to prevent people from being harmed by motorists or others that are unaware of a traffic closure, as well as to be mindful that there could be instances of counter protests. And in those instances, to keep those parties apart and separated so that all parties are allowed to express their First Amendment rights in a manner that's safe for everyone involved. Transitioning, I'll now talk about 2 instances, one involving an officer-involved shooting with no hits, the second one, an animal shooting that occurred last night. In regards to officer-involved shooting that occurred on the 23rd of June, just after midnight, Southwest Patrol officers observed a gray 2003 Infiniti sedan traveling at a high rate of speed. They conducted a traffic stop for the violation at Crenshaw and 39th Street. There, during the traffic stop, the officers began giving verbal commands from their vehicle. The driver of the vehicle, later identified as Joshua Hatfield, a male black, 28 years of age, failed to comply and instead accelerated his vehicle away from the officers. Approximately 2 minutes later, the officers located that vehicle parked in the driveway on the 3700 block of West Exposition Boulevard. As officers approached the vehicle, Mr. Hatfield quickly exited the driver's door and allegedly turned towards the officers with a handgun in his hand. An officer-involved shooting occurred. Mr. Hatfield then fled into a rear apartment at that location. Officers requested additional resources, set up containment, and ordered the individual out. After approximately 30 minutes, Mr. Hatfield exited the location, was taken into custody without further incident. Neither he nor anyone else was injured during this incident. Investigators did not locate a gun at the scene. Force Investigations has responded to the scene and are conducting an investigation. Mr. Hatfield was booked for assault with a deadly weapon of a police officer, and this investigation will continue. The second incident occurred yesterday afternoon, and tragically, at approximately 1:37 in the afternoon, Mission Patrol officers responded to a vicious animal attack in progress at the 15,000 block of Joshua Court in Sylmar. The comments in the call had 2 large dogs attacking a female pedestrian. Los Angeles Fire Department personnel were also dispatched, and they arrived first. There, they located a victim, a 49-year-old female who was being mauled by 2 large animals, approximately 100 pounds in weight each. The victim was on the walkway of the east side of the residence behind a 5-foot-tall locked gate. Minutes later, mission officers arrived to witness both dogs still mauling the victim, who was crying for help. Realizing that LA fire personnel were unable to breach the metal gate, one officer fired 2 rounds at one of the 2 dogs from an approximate distance of 30 feet away, striking the animal in the torso. Both animals immediately fled to the rear of the residence. Officers were then able to breach the gate and escorted LA fire personnel to rescue the victim. A review of the home surveillance footage revealed that the victim had been attacked by both dogs for approximately 19 minutes. The victim sustained numerous puncture wounds and deep lacerations to her arms, legs, torso, and neck area. At this time, she has been through surgery and is hopeful that she will survive these very serious and grievous injuries. The dog that was struck by gunfire died at the scene, while the other dog was removed from the residence by the Department of Animal Services. There were no officers injured during this event. In this incident, enforcement investigations detectives responded and will conduct their investigation. This is a second animal shooting this year. Our numbers for last year at this time was 1. In regards to total officer involved shootings, our number are 15 this year to date versus 18 last year. Our 4-year average is just over 16. We have 5 fatal officer involved shootings this year. That number was 6 last year. And our 4-year average is just over 6 fatals by this time of year. In regards to crime, I'm going to be brief here. We did see a good week, and if you will, statistically, we did have 4 homicides this week. Last year, that number was 11. That has brought our total homicides year to date at 176 versus 174 last year, 2 additional homicides. Our violent crimes now stand at 7.9% increase. That's nearly 1,100 additional violent crimes from last year. And our increases are particularly concerning as the area of robberies continue to be a problem, armed robberies specifically of mini marts, gas stations, and liquor stores. In regards to the property crime, we have a 14.1% increase in property crime. In that area, a particular menace continues to be vehicle thefts and burglary and theft from vehicles. And in fact, in the downtown area, in the central area, we have seen a 100% increase in the amount of burglary, thefts from vehicles from 2019. And we are doing further analysis into that to identify where those patterns and trends are impacting. Are these residential units, parking structures, streets? What are the locations, and what can we learn to impact that crime that is occurring there? Overall, our Part 1 crime is an increase of 12.5% this year versus last, and versus 2020, it's a 10% increase. Lastly, moving through to our personnel stats, we have 9,297 sworn members of the organization. Our sworn deployment strength authorized is 9,706. So that's 409 fewer personnel. Our July class is scheduled to have 36 applicants, far short of our goal of 60. 11% are identified as African-American, 11% as Asian American Pacific Islanders, and 31% women. We continue to work with the personnel department to improve these numbers. And of course, today there's an item before the commission relative to an incentive program and other ambitions to improve our hiring of qualified applicants to join this department. Our civilian staffing is at 2,669. That's 173 personnel under our deployed strength. That concludes my remarks, and I appreciate your patience. They were extended today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I want to talk briefly about the 27th Street explosion. And like you, I do want to commend Council Member Price for taking the lead in ensuring that his constituents were delivered certain city services and continues to do so. In that regard, do we have a timeline as to when the 19 households that still have not been able to return to their houses will be provided alternative housing other than the hotels that they're in now, or be able to return to their homes? Is there any estimate, Chief? You're on mute.
Sorry, my apologies. That is the primary long-term recovery objective that the city family is working on, and working under the leadership of Councilmember Price as to navigating that. There are units that can be reoccupied, and the tenants have declined going back to those neighborhoods. And so, are there alternatives, housing options for placement of those individuals? And that is the primary alternative that we're seeking right now. We believe that the circumstances are such that there be some residents there that are not going to return. There are also some landlords or property owners that have declined the full repair or restoration of their property. They are involved in litigation with the city, and that is, in my view, informally has impacted the return of those residents so they can be occupied. So we're working closely with the city attorney's office, with the Department of Emergency Management, with housing, and again, under the council members' leadership, as well as the mayor's office, and formulating a policy as to a path forward for the resolution of these remaining tenants and owners.
Thank you, Chief. Chief, while we're speaking about the 27th Street explosion, which involved illegal fireworks, and we're just under a week away from July 4th, what is the department doing? What are the department's efforts to take off the streets other illegal fireworks and or manufacturers of fireworks here in the city?
Oh, so thank you. We continue to work with our communities on tips and leads for people who are storing or using illegal fireworks. Fireworks are illegal in the city of Los Angeles, no matter their construction. Whether there's no such thing as for the city of Los Angeles purposes, a safe and sane or lawful firework outside of the commercial shows that are throughout the city. So we continue to make recoveries. Our bomb squad has made numerous investigations and recovered caches of fireworks that are being sold. Essentially, residents are buying them, bringing them to locations, and then selling them on an underground market, if you will, to others. So we are making arrests, and we'll pursue prosecutions against those individuals. We're also involved in PSAs and community outreach. And then lastly, we are mindful of last year's activities for calls involving firework use of fireworks in neighborhoods, and we're visiting those neighborhoods to remind residents that it's illegal to use those fireworks, and they're dangerous. Each year we see threats to people's lives, threats to people's personal safety, and the fire hazards that also are associated. Our city tree, I don't know that it's formal, but it's a palm tree, and those are very susceptible to firework displays that we see continually across the city, and to see those the fire danger in such dry circumstances does concern us. We are working with the fire department also in this education and outreach effort. And then lastly, I want to thank Chair of Public Safety Monica Rodriguez for her firework buyback program. This is the second year in which she'll be conducting that program. I believe there's a press conference on this in the next few days, and then I believe that firework buyback program begins on a Saturday in the San Fernando Valley, and our LAPD Online will have more information on that buyback and location and flyer going forward.
Thank you, Chief. Commissioner Soboroff.
Sure. On the fireworks issue, and I appreciate the discussions on the big picture of fireworks and massive storage of fireworks, but I just want to implore every Angelino, before letting their kids, or before letting their younger brother or sister, or before letting their friends use fireworks, count their fingers and toes, look them in the eyes, and then say no, because it's the micro issues with one firework that blows somebody's eyeball out of their socket and knocks their fingers out. And any parent that allows their kids to go out in the backyard and play with fireworks, or lets their cousin or their friend use fireworks, should just know that they're implicit in the potential of that person losing fingers, toes, or eyes. This is a micro issue in addition to a macro issue. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Sobroff. Commissioner Decker?
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. First, I just want to say, Chief, I'm glad to hear about the officer who's been in the hospital for so long and that he's now gone home to continue his recovery. It's good to hear good news on that front. So thank you for reporting on that. I will ask the Office of the Inspector General, I'm aware you're doing a review at our request on training. And I would ask that you include in your review the training program in which Officer Tipping was involved. I'm not asking you to investigate the circumstances of his passing, but I would like to ensure that the particular program he was a training officer in is included in that training review. And then, Chief, my questions relate to the weekend activities. Thank you for your report on that. And I'm not going to ask about the specific uses of force because those are under investigation, and I look forward to seeing those matters and looking at them more closely. But I would like to ask about, I believe you said 10 media complaints regarding compliance with state law. And that training has taken place, but I would like to better understand now that you have these complaints in hand, what steps will you and the department be taking to ensure compliance with state law? Or to evaluate the complaints to see if there was a problem in compliance with state law?
Exactly. I think that each of those 10 instances need to be, the context needs to be broader than just perhaps what may have been posted on social media. And so we want to look at the body worn video. We want to interview all the parties involved and ensure, and then marry that up to the compliance with the law that members of the media have access to closed areas so that they can go about their actions of reporting on the facts and circumstances of demonstrations and protests. Our officers have been given training on this, and as have our supervisors. And on Friday night, and on seeing a couple instances that gave me concern, we reminded officers through a department broadcast, as well as conversations with the incident commander and operations chief. And then the days after that, Saturday, Sunday, and so forth, in command briefings, that the access to the media is to be afforded, that the take steps, make efforts, so that individuals who are recognized as members of the media, desirous of going into an area that has been closed off, is how do we facilitate that and without interfering with our operations. Now, there may be instances in which officers are effecting an arrest, and a member of someone who represents themselves in the media or otherwise wishes to be immediately there in proximity, close proximity to the officers who are struggling with an individual or attempting to take a person into custody. We're asking for the media to help and cooperate with us. We want to give them the vantage point, but also we need to do it in a manner that's safe for everyone involved, including the officers. So access, reminding our officers of the process, and then of course accountability, that there are instances, and I will report that in my initial briefing here of the work that occurred on Friday into Saturday, is that, for instance, there was an incident involving a member of the media in which one officer was impeding or taking steps to prevent the person from gaining access to a closed area, and another officer nearby recognized the person as a member of the media and if you will, interceded. And the active bystander, he comes in and directs and causes the initial officer's reaction to be modified and to accommodate the media representative's request. So this is something that is the training has been provided. We're going to continue to reinforce, but I'm also asking the members of the media to work with us. We do see in this process, particularly on Friday night, individuals who wish to represent themselves as media as also agitating, baiting officers, cursing at officers, using profanity, walking up on officers who are at a location. And this is not journalism, that's activism. And that is something that we're also asking the members of the media, as they see individuals within their own ranks or people who purport to be within their ranks, that they act in a responsible way as well. This is, at the end of the day, our effort is to have a harmonious relationship with all members of the media, whether they're freelancers or major news outlets, And our commitment is through training and through active supervision and through accountability is to ensure that.
And is the department also meeting with representatives of the media or media professional organizations to discuss better ways to communicate during these incidents and ensure that media is getting appropriate access?
Yes, so I'm Captain Muniz. I'm proud of her work through the weekend. She had a number of calls with Adam Rose and others that dealt with concerns that members of the media were seeing. And she facilitated actions on the street to ensure that people had access as was required. In addition to those actions, though, we have an ongoing, we periodically will meet with news organizations and representatives of, or organizations that represent media from all outlets and variety of organizations. I've asked for a separate meeting for that group for myself to attend and to address. This is something that I have. I like to believe that the department has a good relationship. There are times in which we have stress points. This is one of them. And I think during that period of time, we need to look at all the facts and ask, hold ourselves accountable, and also ask for the media's help and how can we do a better job at this. This is we share in a collective effort to tell the story.
Thank you, Chief. With respect to the officers who were injured this past weekend, are they all expected to make a full recovery?
They are. I'm grateful that they're minor injuries and did not require hospitalization.
All right. Thank you very much, Chief. Thank you, Commissioner Briggs.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Commissioner Bonner.
Thank you. Just a couple, please. First, and going kind of in the order of your comments, Chief, you mentioned with regard to the officer tipping investigation that you've asked Commander Lurie to conduct an department investigation. What I just want to know procedurally, we're familiar with the FID investigations. They follow a fairly predictable and known process and approach. And the question just is what is the nature of the investigation that you've asked Commander Lurie to undertake? Is it also one that is relatively known and predictable, and so that others know what it'll consist of, or is it one that's being fashioned for this particular incident?
It is a comprehensive investigation. Commander Lurie was previously worked for years within Force Investigation Division. He works on our risk management mitigation efforts within the Office of Constitutional Policing and Policy. He has assigned personnel that are doing both the incident itself at a forensic level, the photographing and documentation of the scene where this occurred, recorded interviews of everyone that was present, and then an archiving of and interviews with peace officer standards and training personnel as to the curriculum, its makeup, what are the protocols of what are the safety precautions, how should be administered, what's the history of this class, the involvement of officer tipping and others, and that entire top to bottom review and recommendations for if there's identified shortfalls or recommendations going forward to make every effort to avoid such a catastrophic loss from occurring. That report is being formulated now. It's my expectation that it'll be done within the next 30 days or less. And upon review, then moving forward with that, the information relative to it, I would be happy to share with the commission. And certainly the Office of Inspector General is welcome to be a member of that inquiry and the completed report and so forth. So there's an independent view for the board.
Okay, so that sounds to me somewhat like a hybrid. In other words, some elements of it may be fairly standardized and some elements that are being fashioned for this particular incident.
Yes, I agree with that assessment.
Okay, thank you. Also then just a clarification, this is going to the complaints relative to the protest. I think you answered this already, but there was at least one of the images of the woman in proximity to a freeway off-ramp, I believe it was, and it appeared at least that an officer had somewhat aggressively grabbed her by the shirt and maybe pulled her to the ground or something. Is that one of the situations that you were alluding to that will be the subject of some investigation?
Yes, that is the use of force investigate. That's one of the uses of force that will be investigated. That individual, to my knowledge, is not a member of the media, but instead was an activist and was involved with the protest group that was efforting to be on the freeway.
Thank you. And then just one clarification on the 27th Street explosion. This is just checking a little bit of the math that you had mentioned. There were 17 of the 24 homes that have been repaired, and presumably people had been returned to their homes. So that means there'd be 7, presumably, that where that were not the case. Question is, you mentioned then that there was 19 still in temporary housing and 5 of those were homeowners. So is the 5 of those homeowners who are still in temporary housing part of the 7 that were not, where the repairs were not completed?
So 19 households remain at the hotel. 5 of those households are property owners. 14 are renters or tenants. When you see that the math on this is there's my understanding is multiple families in some of these residences, and of the residences that have been repaired, all of them have not been reoccupied. Some owners or tenants are desirous of not returning back to those residences. So that's why, so it's I probably am doing a poor job here. There's not a one-for-one accountability, but you have a circumstance where the majority of 17 of 24 have been repaired. Some can be reoccupied, and yet there are people, tenants or owners, who are not desirous of going back to those residences.
Got it. Okay.
Despite them being repaired, is my understanding.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thank you, Commissioner Briggs.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. At this time, we'll go to public comment.
Okay, our first speaker is P. Minor.
Hello, my name is Paula Minor, and can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
I would like to speak on the chief's report, public comment, and all other items. 3 minutes.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yeah, and I have mixed emotions about making any comments at this commission, because I don't believe that the concerns of most of us who are most harmed by LAPD are acknowledged or responded to. I think our public comment is allowed because it is required by law. And so we can only hope with a little optimism that after the upcoming election, you all will be gone. Not because we can anticipate any great extreme improvement, but we already know and have seen how this current commission ignores our concerns and is a failure to most of the city. So we just listened to the chief's report as he justifies information and manipulates facts to make us think that whatever happened should have happened the way it is. As you are aware, Chief Moore continues to lead the most harmful and violent law enforcement operation in the city. When we talk about how LAPD responded to the citizens protesting the Supreme Court decision, we know that LA is one of the few cities that had to use extreme, excessive, and unnecessary force and violence on the protesters. We know, you just talked about, an LAPD officer was killed while participating in a training class to teach officers how to deal with us, how to deal with individuals, how to respond in crowd control. If that training is that severe to kill one of the trainees, just imagine how it will be used on the street. So, and we also have seen the numerous videos, of LAPD pushing and hitting women who were not harming any officers, and in many cases not performing any kind of aggressive action. There are also, as you mentioned, numerous videos of LAPD pushing, hitting, and knocking to the ground members of the press and media, even though those individuals had on their press badges and identified themselves as press. And again, this is a violation of state law. So we'll see how that's handled when a law is being violated. The chief continues. Also, I want to speak about the fact that he continues to propose a CPAB, a CPAB, a community advisory board over LAP technology. And those of us who've been monitoring LAP technology and surveillance for years were not and are not involved in that selection. We submitted to this commission a letter with our concerns, a letter with our protests, signed by 24 community organizations and operations. So I hope that you, the commission, will take the opportunity to read that letter. And then last and certainly not least, we know the 4th of July is coming up, and we hope that Chief Moore.
Okay, thank you. Our next caller is T.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, what items would you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Power and strength to the families impacted by law enforcement violence here on stolen land on Turtle Island. You know, I noticed the chief never even mentioned Ramon Reyes or Ozzie Hutchinson, who died 1 year ago as a result of that explosion in the South LA neighborhood. It's really disgusting. He couldn't even mention those two elders' names. And 19 people have still not returned to their homes. A year later, y'all can come up with $18 million for the Summit of the Americas within a week or a very short amount of time, but you can't house these people that have been displaced because of this explosion, which was a big propaganda campaign for y'all. That wouldn't happen in Beverly Hills. You wouldn't go exploding a truck full of ignited fireworks in a neighborhood, leaving it devastated, right? Why are these people not been returned to their homes? I'm wondering if they raised the rent in the ones that have been restored and they're not even able to afford it. Why is the reason? Briggs or Bonner asked the question, what was the reason they haven't returned? My guess is they raised the rent on these folks and they can't even afford it because now they're going to gentrify the neighborhood and further push the people out. Maybe that was a gentrification, experiment. I don't know. And the fact that y'all, are brutalizing women during a protest that's making women, again, a second-class citizen, stripping away our rights. I saw women being thrown around like potato sacks, like weren't even causing any problem. We're just part of there as a resistance to this gross and negligent and backwards ass thinking vote that they pulled off. It's disgusting. Violence was perpetrated on women during a demonstration about women's rights. Okay, it's unacceptable. And y'all talk about the training of one of your officers being killed, during this training, whatnot, and y'all throw your own under the bus. It just goes to show what you do to your own folks. Like, you don't even give a shit about your own folks, right? And let's also talk about, y'all just failing to acknowledge the harm that you create in communities and communities of color, especially. You refuse to acknowledge it. And let's talk about the budget and your agenda items. Y'all, the LA Police Foundation.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Jamie.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
Hi, yes, what items would you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thanks. As an LA County constituent, I want to take this opportunity to wholly condemn the proposal to develop a community police advisory board for technology. The word community has no business describing, let alone being used in the same sentence as, a proposal which will review new technology for the department and make recommendations, i.e. increase even further the capacity of an already ludicrously militarized LAPD to surveil, subjugate, and terrorize the most vulnerable communities in our county. To my knowledge, not only has not one single community group or advocacy organization in LA ever demanded this proposal, we were never even asked or informed about it. The claim that any local community member who has ever faced harm from any form of of high-tech enabled LAPD violence is calling for more of that high-tech enabled LAPD violence is absolutely unfounded. The mere slathering of the word community over the name of a proposal clearly designed to enable the destruction of those communities is a pathetic and failed attempt to obscure the truth. Chief Moore, we see you. We know what you're up to. This proposal must be abandoned immediately. And so, by the way, does the Zoom format for these meetings, which should be returned to in-person now. Just as you all need to stop attempting to hide your death-mongering proposal between fraudulent language, you all need to stop hiding from the citizens you claim to represent. And, you know, as a final note, thank you all so much for that stirring and helpful children's story hour you all provided this morning. I really appreciated that cheerful tale of dog murder and the overtly gleeful warning about the danger of fireworks. The edutainment is pretty much on fleek. That was a perfect encapsulation of the department and the commissioner's obsession with violence in all of its most egregious and completely unnecessary forms. Thanks, I'll yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Betty Lane.
Hello,
Hi, good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
couple of the agenda items, chief report and public comment, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, first off, I appreciate chief's report. On the agenda items A and B, I totally support that. And items 4A, that officers should not be charged. And also, I appreciate the fact that Commissioner Briggs and Commissioner Decker attended tipping services. It was quite emotional. And, you know, the media to me is our worst enemies with the false reports that's going everywhere, not only on news on the TV, but on Facebook, Instagram, everywhere. It's ridiculous. And I just don't understand it. And I still say that unvaccinated officers should not be disciplined. I just don't think that's right. I don't want anything to affect discipline on our officers. We need them. Hopefully we can get some more into our academy and graduate. We do need more officers. And I really appreciate the communities coming together for LA City Pride in the last several weeks. That has been amazing. I'm one of these that believe that you should be able to love anybody you want. I don't care. It's not my choice. So with that, I'm going to yield the rest of my time and ask everybody to stay safe and healthy, and let's stop all this violent crime. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller ending 4952.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, what items would you like to speak on?
I'm going to speak on all of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yeah, hi, this is T. Garrow, Staff LAPD Spine Coalition. Regarding the statement, first of all, that the board wants to preserve the rights of women and additional folks to actually have an abortion, I just want to note that LAPD violates and takes away the rights of women and people all the time, and actually brutalizes women and additional folks all the time as well, and will never be an organization, nor will this board be, that we look to preserve or protect human rights, because you all violate and threaten human rights and life all the time. For the rest of my comments, so earlier this year, LAPD announced that it was going to be working with Brian Hoffer from Secure Justice, which I think came at the request of you, Eileen Decker, to develop a plan for essentially a police tech oversight review board for LAPD. And Brian Hoffer accepted this, which he should not have. He accepted this proposal to develop a civilian board and process for so-called oversight, and to act in the role as a community member who supposedly is like a subject matter expert in police tech surveillance of the community, which he is not. This is outrageous for a number of reasons, one of which is that Brian Hoffer is not even a member of the Los Angeles community, has never been targeted by police here, is not under surveillance by police, has not been a part of actual community defense against police surveillance. And further, to be clear, any kind of oversight board like that is not something that would ever work regardless. Another matter is that Hoffer is entirely naive when it comes to what LAPD does with surveillance tech. He also has shown how he already allows his ego to get in the way. In 2021, we see how he was already acting as a tool for LAPD and of this board to be able to try to make it seem like surveillance tech is something that could be overseen, is something that could be accepted by the community. We see in emails between Hoffer and LAPD Assistant Commander of the IT Bureau, Randy Goddard, in 2021, how he was already advising LAPD on their use of surveillance tools and how to make it seem more palatable to the community, their use of data miner and media sonar, different ways that the community has already been surveilled by LAPD, and actually giving LAPD talking points on how to allay the fears of community members on how LAPD was using this technology. And he even said at that time, Brian Hoffer said at that time, I think we can all agree that just attending a protest does not mean I should end up in a police database, which is just remarkably naive and ridiculous, because I think even commissioners understand how LAPD operates. And yes, absolutely, you will be in an LAPD database if you are present at a protest, or you can be if your image was to be captured. Yes, you can absolutely have your information stored, and that will happen regardless of your activity there. So already we see Hoffer just being extremely naive about the fact that this happens and seemingly flattered by being put in this role of advising LAPD on this. And LAPD, of course, understands that dynamic.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Andrew Graebner.
Can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
I'd just like to speak on general comment.
Okay, 1 minute.
All right, so I'm only speaking on general comment because you give so little time to speak that I don't want to take up too much time, because I'm hoping maybe you're actually going to listen to a couple more of the millions of people that live in LA that you regularly ignore every week. There's absolutely zero accountability that you ever do to at all, and you're very much, and the LAPD is an extremely violent group of people, that's just, constantly assaulting citizens of the city, and you're all, at every protest, you're attacking people, you're assaulting protesters, the press, legal observers, and people should not, and you're killing people constantly. You keep lying. LAPD keeps lying on Twitter. You keep saying you're protecting people's rights, but you're not. It's a blatant lie.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Hamid Khan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
All items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yeah, first, I just want to start off by the spin that was being put on by Michael Moore about the harm that was being caused to Angelenos as a response to the LAPD's, again, violent and extremely heavy-handed response in dealing with the protesters. I mean, just kind of, it's almost, well, gee, there's one injury or two injuries. No, there's been a lot of harm. And we're not even counting about, just the trauma that people are going through, or as a result of state violence that continues to be unleashed on so many different levels. I want to go to what many others have been speaking about, is this whole sham of the Community Police Advisory Board that was proposed in the April 15th report with the After Action Implementation Plan. And just since then, we went around and spoke to many people, and what has come out was that no one in LA, no one was ever asked for this, has ever asked for this kind of oversight over information or surveillance technology. No one, zero. We never heard this demand. Millions of people were marching during the George Floyd uprising, and not a single chant was like, give us CPAP, because we want CPAP. So this is completely one of the most absurd thing that can come back, and then as a community police advisory board, I mean, this is completely a sham. Secondly, that the LAPD had to go to Oakland, to the Bay Area, to hire an outside consultant, Brian Hofer with Secure Justice, who has no known ties to any communities in Los Angeles. And then what Hofer had proposed was to build this community police advisory board, and this gets really critical, just as in the model of ACLU's civilian control over police surveillance model. Well, the ACLU had sent a letter to you all, to the commission, in November of 2021, asking you not to institute their model or any other model of civilian oversight. So that by itself is a damn joke, that what you're trying to pull wool over people's eyes. And that letter was sent in November. And then, just Hofer, who earlier called the Oakland model that he's touting as a gold standard, well, lo and behold, he comes back and sues the city of Oakland because he was saying that he's challenging the oversight's application now. So, the consultant that you hire provides you a model, calls his work in his own city as gold standard, and turns around and sues the city by himself that this ain't working. And then lastly, I would say is that the letter that we sent yesterday, and Mr. T. Fank, we're still waiting to hear the confirmation whether you have shared that with the Board of Commissioners or not, but that clearly states that it's been signed by over 24 organizations, including Children's Defense Fund, Community Coalition, ACLU, LA CAN, the Youth Justice Coalition. So stop there.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Matios.
Hello.
Hi, good morning. What items did you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yeah, first I want to talk about Briggs, that poorly delivered performative comment about ensuring the LAPD won't enforce anti-abortion laws here in California. That was pathetic. It's a meaningless gesture at best. You, quote unquote, oversee the most violent lot of domestic abusers who freely brutalized femmes all weekend. Bonner was the only commissioner to even bring that up. Women who are fighting for the abortion rights you claim to support were brutalized. Why don't you address the real violence this department enacts upon femmes instead of safeguarding unlikely, wholly imaginary scenarios? This is a department that can't keep anybody safe. Violence, especially racial violence, is ingrained into their very being. It should come as no surprise that the department can kill their own, and more can still coldly fumble through a poor, half-constructed lie about a training accident. On the 27th in San Pedro bombing, the LAPD did not witness an explosion like Chief Moore said. The LAPD caused an explosion. They bombed that neighborhood. That wasn't potentially, and it wasn't potentially life-threatening, as Moore said. It was lethal. It resulted in 2 deaths, that of Ozzie Hutchins and Ramon Reyes, and the displacement of an entire community. There's been more conversation and effort put into subsidizing rent for more police officers than there has been about ensuring that these community members who were bombed by LAPD have a home to return to. We know that landlords and developers have been working tirelessly to displace residents of South Central in an effort to gentrify poor Black and Brown communities. Their work in concert with LAPD is documented in the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition's report, Automating Banishment, the Surveillance and Policing of Looted Lands. Instead of addressing the very real likelihood that these families won't have homes to return to, we have billionaire land developers indicting those same communities for using fireworks, suggesting they count fingers and toes, while being completely clueless to the fact that the people are missing homes. On top of that, Moore is now spreading a false narrative about vandals stealing construction supplies around Newton Division. When he says our presence will be there and will continue, this isn't an assurance of safety. It's a threat. Because that presence certainly means violence against Black and Brown communities. Lastly, on this conversation around a community police advisory board for technology, no one asked for this. As Hamid said earlier, when people hit the streets, they said we wanted to defund the police. We wanted to abolish the police. There's no overseeing this. This body we're addressing right now has been around for 100 years. And in that time, there's been scandal after scandal. Briggs, I see you sign, but this is a reality that you need to face. There's no oversight commission that can be established. The consultant you all have hired, Brian Hofer, I don't think he's acting naively. I think he's a con man. I think he knows this doesn't work. He's seen it fall flat in Oakland. The ACLU a model they themselves created have condemned it, have said this doesn't work. ACLU SoCal wrote a letter to that effect. You have 24 organizations here in Los Angeles saying we don't want this program. This is a sham. This commission's a sham. Start meetings in person and the 45-minute time limit on public comment. I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Blue.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
All of the items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chief, for your report. And thank you for all the officers that have been out there for the last few days, being assaulted. It's unfortunate and it's unacceptable that these officers are hurt and that these officers end up, in the hospital. And let's be real about this one woman, this, has-been actress who has serious issues and a cop hater. What the media again fails to show is the beginning of that video where she was asked several times to back up, but she actually wanted to make it a point to run past the police line and run on the freeway. So not only did she not listen to the police officers, she was putting, our lives at stake. We that actually take the freeway and we need to commute. I guess she felt exempt from the rules. And that's why those officers were frustrated. And I hope absolutely nothing is done to that officers. Officers do not abuse women. This woman was abusing us. And same with the other two that hurt the officers, the flamethrower. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I'm so happy that you arrested him on assault on an officer. Nothing pleased me more. The only thing that would please me more is that you post his face on your website so his mom and his kids and his neighbors and his family could see what it is. And that 23-year-old trying to grab the officer's weapon. What a disgrace. And let's just hope our loser district attorney actually files charges since, he loves cop assaulters. So let's be honest here that the media is only one-sided. And let's be honest in another fact that you really think people out there with umbrellas and face masks are out there to protest Roe versus Wade. Look, as a woman, we have a right to protest and we have a right to follow the law, or umbrellas should be banned at these, at these so-called protests because, you have the antagonizers and you have the aggressors that are just salivating, waiting for anything to come about their hot summer nights. And they want to get those officers in that gotcha moment and have that video go viral. So I doubt they really care about Roe versus Wade. I doubt they really care about that. They're out there to cause trouble, to hurt us, to hurt the officers, and we have to stop this nonsense of saying that the officers aren't allowing press. Come on, anybody with a cell phone calls themselves press. Are you kidding me? And how are officers supposed to assess who's press and who isn't as they're having stones and bottles thrown at them? These so-called press people need to be corralled in their own little area, and somebody needs to monitor that, not the officers that are trying to monitor the crowd.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Steve Rogers.
Good morning. I second what Blue said, and I'd like to speak on items 4, 2, and 1.
Okay, 3 minutes.
The United States of America is a constitutional republic. We're all children of God and all lives matter. I think that needs to be said today more than ever. With Commissioner Briggs' opening statement, I'm quoting him, stripped women of the right to choose. That's inaccurate for the state of California, for one. And let me remind him, as a police commissioner and president, he stay on topic. And there are 2 core values, which I'd like to point out from the LAPD. Maybe you should read them. First, read the Constitution, because there's no right to choose in the US Constitution. Any right that's not enumerated in the Constitution goes to the states. That's fundamental, basic American history and civics. So the people at each individual state should make their decision. So that's reverence for the law, for the Supreme Court, the law of the land. Respect for people. We should show respect for people, all people. So What should you be concerned about, Commissioner Briggs? You should be concerned about how do we reduce crime and the fear of crime. That's what we want you to do, to be our spokesperson for the public, to do that, to advise on policy that will actually make the citizens safer. Look at the crime stats. Week by week, crime is going through the roof. Do you care about the victims? I don't see any action that demonstrates that you care about victims. I hear about street takeovers, freeway takeovers. People are impacted in a negative way. Those are the true victims. Many of the crimes are unreported, okay? We know that. So the reality, we need to deal with reality, is that the LAPD needs every hand on deck. That means every officer that might have been sidelined for the vaccine mandate issue, because we know that's a money issue. The city is getting money from the federal government. The chief wants 100% compliance on that. That's outrageous. My body, my choice. Where have you heard that before? What about the officers' respect for people, respect for their choices, their religious concerns, their medical concerns, their concerns of conscience? It's time to reverse course. And the chief today mentioned in his report that I guess on 5/13, employees are notified to test each week and maybe using a third party. That was over a month ago. Why is it just being reported now? We need transparency and we need accountability. I need to see LAPD empowered. That will go to hiring of city residents. Yes, people, if you have a great department, people will come. Watch item 12. That's when the LAPD was a great department. City residents should be encouraged, but not encouraged on the basis of race, but on the basis of merit. We want LAPD to be the finest. They have some of the finest.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have MJ King.
Good morning. Speaking on all items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you. Commissioner Briggs, that was very honorable for you to denounce the overturn of Roe v. Wade, but don't you think your motion sounds like virtue signaling when LAPD just beat the shit out of Angelenos who gathered to express their First Amendment right in response to the SCOTUS decision? LAPD brutalized legal observers and journalists on Friday. Press continually identify themselves, and legal observers wear electric green hats. LAPD know exactly who they are and brutalize them, knowing they are being filmed doing so, because they know they have impunity. How much are taxpayers going to pay in settlements from all the lawsuits? Chief Moore says, we're looking into it just to cover his ass, but immediately excuses their violence as public safety. That's gaslighting. Watch all the videos. After LAPD beats the shit out of journalists or legal observers, they shout, we're trying to protect you. This entire commission is complicit in LAPD violence against our community members. LAPD Air Support Division is an incredible waste of our time. On Friday, Air Support said the helicopter following the protest was recording everything to report back. Was that so you had prime video of your violence on our community members? Do y'all watch it together like porn? Monday, Air Support didn't know why LAPD, the helicopter, was following a protest, perhaps to count the crowd size. Can't you count the crowd size from the ground? What a waste of taxpayer dollars. Every time the story changes, at least you can do is get your cops to get their lives straight. On the chief's report, when LAPD blew up 27th Street, no mention of the lives who were stolen in that attack on the neighborhood. How after a year are only 17 of 24 restored and 19 still displaced? How does it take a year? This is intentional. This was targeted. Chief Moore, stop asking the community to work with you. Stop asking us to do your job, to solve your investigations. Stop asking the community to work with you after you mess up. It is not our jobs to do your work. It is not our job to excuse your misconduct. The officer killed in training so quickly explained away. Gaslighting, more gaslighting, so much gaslighting in this meeting. Do our public comments even matter? This entire commission is complicit. I reject the newly proposed Community Police Advisory Board for Technology, being led by Brian Hoffer, who is one of the architects of a similar oversight panel in Oakland, which has since failed and was in the process of failing at the time he gave a presentation to the Board of Police Commissioners in LA promoting the model. Please, someone, is anyone listening? There needs to be some sort of oversight in this city. What happened this weekend, what happens day after day, this is a waste of taxpayer dollars. It's no point. I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Rabbi Moshe Samuels.
Hello, good
Hi,
morning.
good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
1, 2, and 4.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Rabbi Matthew Samuels. I would like to thank the commission for your time and efforts, and I hope that my comments can help. I'd like to highlight 2 issues that I've come to be personally aware of. My family and I received a 5-year protective order from Los Angeles Superior Court this past March against 2 of our neighbors. We proved our case with clear and convincing evidence and received a very strong order from the judge. Subsequently, there have been dozens of violations of this court order. When we have called the police, my family and I have had to start from scratch, explaining to patrol officers the facts of our case. Many officers have questioned why we have a restraining order and have shown little sympathy for the fact that the order is continuously violated. Even though we have a senior lead officer who has been involved in our case since October, patrol officers have no knowledge of our situation and have no interest in being brought up to date by our senior lead officer or any other officer has been previously been out to our home. 2 Fridays ago, an officer didn't believe that we had a restraining order and required us to show the physical documents instead of looking it up in car posts to confirm because she didn't want to go back to her car. Even though we don't have beat officers anymore, I believe there needs to be some type of way for officers on patrol to be aware of cases that are ongoing and to be brought up to date instead of the victim having to prove up their case to the new officers that happen to be on duty that day, creating an unreasonable burden on the victim. The second issue is that police officers are making judgments about violations of court orders based on whether they believe the city attorney's office will prosecute the case. Even though the court order says that an arrest is required upon violation, the police are determining that it isn't required unless it's an egregious enough violation that would likely result in the city attorney bringing a case to trial. This seems to me like LAPD is practically taking on the role of prosecutor, judge, and jury instead of the role of enforcing the law. While I know that a misdemeanor arrest is a prudential decision and normally has to be witnessed by the law enforcement officer, violation of a restraining order is unique. It doesn't require the officer to personally witness the event. Yet there isn't one officer that we have interacted with who has known this unique element of the statute. It seems inappropriate for officers to be making these judgment calls when they're not even fully informed of the legal statute. Thank you for your time and attention to rectifying these issues. I yield the rest of my time.
Rabbi Samuel, if you could call my office, I would welcome an opportunity to investigate this and ensure that you're getting the proper police service.
Okay, next we have Javier. Javier, you're on. Okay, we'll come back to Javier. Next, we have Zach Sherwin.
Hi, I'd like to speak on all items.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Why don't you guys announce who's on deck anymore? Moving on. I love the moment when Briggs said, "Chief, when will those 19 households in South LA be back in their homes?" And then there was a pause and then he said, "You're on mute, Chief." What a representative moment, because the chief doesn't have shit to say about that. Certainly not on his own, but even when he's prompted to. So I just wanted to note how much I quote unquote enjoyed. A notable feature of today's meeting for me has been hearing one member of the commission describe eyeballs and fingers getting blown out and off by fireworks in a tone of what I would describe as like near titillation about the graphic violence that the commissioner had the opportunity to describe. Kind of striking on its own that the commissioner would choose to go there, but it's especially notable in contrast to how little this commission has to say about, for instance, the LAPD firing, quote, less lethal munitions at protesters, including in some cases shooting at their heads and faces and eyes. So the contrasting lack of outrage about that risk to eyeballs was really striking. Commissioners, judging by the questions that you asked the chief after his report, one would think that you are the police commission of a small town in which fireworks are one of the most pressing issues on everybody's mind, along with pie eating contests and who's going to umpire the Little League championship. Instead, you are in charge of the police force of one of the United States' biggest cities, and you also have the reins to tools of lethal state-sponsored violence like this surveillance technology. So to that, Nobody in LA asked for or wants this kind of oversight or this kind of technology. LAPD had to recruit an outside consultant to weigh in on this with no ties to the communities here. The consultant himself seems to have backed off of his endorsement of this plan. You guys rely on people not paying attention and being able to slide this stuff through, which you exacerbate by having your meetings in hostile ways and at bad times. But like, we see you. I wonder what it's like to sit there and get fucking flame roasted by informed members of the community who speak through your transparency. I'll close with this. Chief Moore at one point said that people were, quote, efforting to get on the freeway. Most people in that sentence would have said trying to get on the freeway. Chief Moore chose the word efforting. This linguistic phenomenon is called hypercorrection, and the Wikipedia page about it says that it comes from, quote, a desire to appear formal or educated. And I know this is petty linguistic nitpicking, but this is representative of Moore the entire way through. It's all rotten failure under this very thin veneer of bureaucracy and legitimacy and ass covering. But your actions speak a lot louder than your words, no matter how hard you effort to cover it up, Chief Moore. With that, I yield the rest of my time to the meeting.
Okay, thank you. We'll go back to Javier. Javier, you're on. Okay. Moving on, we have Richie.
Hello.
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
All available items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yeah, I want to first start off, mentioning how you all were talking about fireworks, and Steve Soberoff, like the last caller said, got into details about how fireworks could injure someone. Steve, you realize that LAPD killed 2 people by blowing up fireworks, right? So when you say that parents should be like concerned or have a talk with their kids about fireworks, like parents should have a talk with their kids about how violent and dangerous LAPD are, because they killed 2 people with fireworks. It wasn't just fingers, and they took 2 people's lives, and those lives were Ramon Reyes and Ozzie Hutchins, 2 names that Chief Moore just refuses to ever utter. And I wouldn't utter it either if I were Chief Moore. I'd be embarrassed that the group that I lead killed 2 people by blowing up a fucking neighborhood. And it's just ridiculous. And then I don't get how this commission or the LAPD says that they can that they stand for women and all people's rights and will protect their abortion rights. One, Google 40% of cops. 40% of cops beat their wives and children. This is a department full of domestic abusers, so I'm not sure how you could ever say that you care about women's rights, but also specifically what I witnessed this weekend. And LAPD brutalized women and femmes and journalists and legal observers in ways that I hadn't seen since 2020. And so it's just a great example that you can never reform this department. And the look in the eyes of the officers that I saw on Friday night, the look in the eye of the officer that put his hand around my throat when I was just recording, I hadn't seen that look since 2020. And there were officers that didn't have their body cameras on. That's against policy, right? Or is it a new policy that you guys are just going to go back to what it was like in 2020 when you were beating our ass in the streets? I also want, before my time ends, I want to just bring up this Information Tech Bureau with Brian Hopper. This will be a sham group, just like this is a sham commission. Go back in person. Fuck all of you, and I yield the rest of my time. Fuck you, Soberoff, too, mostly. Fuck you, Steve. Fucking idiot.
Okay, next we have Karen Purdue.
And Madam Secretary, this is the last call.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
All available, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
I'd like to start by saying God bless our heroic law enforcement, particularly our LAPD, who come under fire from pretend reporters, people who pretend are attorneys and get in the way of our officers to do their duties. Our officers protect the foolish from playing on the freeways. They protect people trying to drive our freeways without being accosted and assaulted. And the biggest threat to our public safety at this time is continuing to fire our officers due to not getting the ineffective jab. Any short-term protection the vaccines may have offered are long gone. Barbara Ferrer has said so and addressed acquired immunity as being robust. Why not bring her in with her expertise, her experience, who's led us this whole way, and listen to what she has to say now. Also, Dr. Barbara Birx has recently said that the vaccines were largely based on hope. The vaccines would work despite little evidence. We have all been misinformed. Misinformation is being disseminated despite clear evidence to the contrary. You are all going to be responsible for extreme rise in crime as our police officer numbers decline. As far as journalists on the skirmish lines, quote, reporters surrounding officers and violating orders to disperse. Antifa painting a reporter on their helmets to engage in chaos, surround, attack our police, and even kettle them. They're looking for a payday and they find it. Nobody was brutalized. Get your ass the fuck out of the way. That's all it takes. People are not allowed to attack our police officers, engage in fights, and cry like a bunch of little pussies that they are. Okay? Man up, grow some balls, act like women, and enough of this ridiculous nonsense. They're looking for a payday and they find it. They're under the guise of reporting in places, it places everyone in danger. Bottles and fireworks being thrown at our officers, them being kettled themselves are unacceptable. What about all this COVID, all this talk about COVID? Keep the people away from our police. They don't. I've asked for this for 2 years. Keep them out of their faces. Give them 6 feet. Give them 3 feet. Who do these people think they are? They're going to engage with the police and fight them, spit.
Thank you, members of the public. We'll now turn to item 3 on the agenda, the consent agenda items. Are there any items A, B, or C that any of the commissioners want to speak on and pull aside? Seeing none, I move that we adopt all of the consent agenda items. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. At this time, we'll go to the item 4, the regular agenda items. And the first item is A, the Burlington Coat Factory report. And we have Deputy Chief Michael Rimpunis and I believe Deputy Chief Mark Reyna.
Okay, Commissioner Briggs, good morning. Good morning, Commissioner Decker, Commissioner Bonner, Commissioner Soboroff, Chief Moore, Mr. Teefank, Mr. Smith, and City Attorney De La Guerra. I will start off and I will address items 1 and 2 from our report. It is a pretty detailed report, but I would just like to highlight a few updates and some noteworthy dates of things that have happened with this investigation. And then I can advise the Police Commission on what is before us moving into August, September, and October. So I will start there if that's okay with you, Commissioner Briggs, and then turn it over.
Yes,
to Chief Rand.
yes,
Okay.
Chief, please proceed. Thank you.
On September 30th, 2020, Assembly Bill 1506 was signed into law, which requires the California Department of Justice to investigate incidents of an officer-involved shooting resulting in the death of an unarmed civilian. This mandate was effective July 1st, 2021, at which point the Department of Justice, while working collaboratively with local law enforcement agencies, be responsible for the criminal portion of all officer-involved shooting investigations from inception to conclusion. The incident that occurred on December 23rd, 2021 qualified under Assembly Bill 1506. Because of Assembly Bill 1506 in this incident, there are two investigations occurring simultaneously. The first is the administrative investigation conducted by the department to determine compliance with department policy. This investigation follows the department's rigid timelines and processes. The second is the criminal investigation conducted by the Attorney General for California and is outside of the control of the Los Angeles Police Department. Even with two different investigating entities, there has been a very high level of cooperation. Department of Justice investigators on the day of the incident shadowed force investigation detectives in an oversight capacity. Department of Justice investigators were provided access to all areas of the crime scene, video, physical evidence, and participated in all civilian interviews. When requested, the department has also assisted Department of Justice investigators with conducting follow-up interviews of all civilian witnesses. In response to item 1, instructing the Los Angeles Police Department to release unreleased body camera footage, 911 calls, radio transmissions, and other recordings relating to the December 23rd, 2021 incident. The California Attorney General's Office is conducting all criminal aspects of this investigation. And as the report notes, on January 19th, 2022, in anticipation of interest, the department mailed a letter to the Attorney General to obtain guidance on the appropriateness of any further release of information or digital evidence. On March 7th, 2022, the department received written communication from the Attorney General requesting that the department refrain from any further release of information to preserve the integrity of the investigation currently underway. California Department of Justice officials stated that public requests for additional information or media from the Department of Justice may be submitted to them pursuant to the provisions of the California Records Act. Item number 2 on the report on the status of the internal investigation and anticipated timeframe for each step in the process. The report reports on various things that have occurred already, but I do want to highlight a few and update on one. On December 23rd, 2021, the department's force investigation responded to the scene with a team of approximately 16 investigators and support personnel. Additional civilian personnel, including photographers, and a team of experienced criminalists also responded to assist in the processing of the scene, collection of evidence, and documentation. The investigative process that took place on the day of the incident was overseen by several members of the Office of Inspector General, as well as a sizable contingent of approximately a dozen special agents from the Department of Justice. Both agencies were given unrestricted access to all areas of the crime scene, witnesses, and video evidence. On December 24th, the Los Angeles County Coroner expedited a post-mortem examination of both decedents. In addition to FID personnel representatives being present, the Department of Justice investigators were also present to observe the autopsy. On June 15th, the Los Angeles County Coroner released the autopsy reports to the Attorney General's Office, Force Investigation Division, and the Inspector General's Office. On December 27th, 2021, the department released a critical incident video to the public, which included audio of 911 calls and radio transmissions, as well as relevant portions of body-worn video and store surveillance footage. On December 30th, FID provided the Chief of Police and other staff level personnel and representatives from the Office of the Inspector General a comprehensive briefing on the facts known at the time. This presentation included video of the incident, 911 recordings, communications audio, and a summary and interview from the involved officer. As the report indicates, there were multiple timelines. We're well past the 30 and 60-day incident in which force investigation provided myself and the Office of the Inspector General a PowerPoint presentation to discuss various key components in regarding the investigation, key witness statements, and all transcribes and all statements that have been gathered so far. Moving into August, we're looking at probably the week of August 19th, 2022. This would be 240 days post-incident. The administrative investigation will be reviewed at multiple levels within Force Investigation Division, and the completed report will be distributed to Critical Incident Review Division by day 240 in preparation for a use of force board. The Office of Inspector General will also receive the completed report and will continue to have access to all investigative materials compiled during the investigation. Approximately 30 to 45 days after report distribution, which puts us probably in the week of between September 18th and October 3rd, a use of force review board will be conveyed. The recommendations of the board as to tactics, drawing and exhibiting, and the use of deadly force will be submitted to the Chief of Police for his consideration. The Chief of Police will review all reports and administer his report to the Board of Police Commissions approximately 60 calendar days prior to the one-year statute. This would be approximately October 24th of this year. The last item number 2 discussed LAPD's cooperation with the investigation of the incident by the California Attorney General's Office and other investigating agencies. As the report indicates, or the report identifies, the department and the Attorney General's Office have worked on this case side by side. There's been various communications, interviews of witnesses that have taken place along with the Attorney General and the Inspector General's Office, and we will continue to move forward in that fashion to share all information to ensure that the Attorney General's Office has all the information they need to determine their for criminal filing consideration. And at this point, I will turn it over to Chief Reyna to discuss the training component attached to the public safety's request.
Thank you, Chief Ronkunis. Good morning, Commissioners, Chief Moore, Inspector General, Mr. Tiefenk. I'd like to introduce Sergeant Bobby Quiros from Training Division. He's our lead instructor for our mass violence tactical response, along with our mobile field force and command and control training. As I get into the summary that obviously you're provided, just like to go over some definitions again, because I may be talking about some of these. For example, an active shooter is an armed person who has used deadly physical force on other persons, and aggressively continues to do so while having unrestricted access to additional victims. Our immediate action rapid deployment definition is the swift and immediate deployment of law enforcement resources to ongoing life-threatening situations where delayed deployment could otherwise result in death or serious bodily injury to innocent persons. And also I want to bring up the term MACTAC, which is the multi-assault counterterrorism action capabilities. So moving forward, I just want to go back a little bit in our training. From 2009 to 2012, we trained over 7,000 members of our department in our basic MACTAC. Now that number is kind of probably low because when you run the report now, it doesn't include people that have retired since 2012. And over 1,000 supervisors in the advanced MACTAC class between 2009 and 2012. In 2014 to 2020, 5,722 department personnel, again, that could be lower because of people that have left the department retired in that 6-year period and up till now, went through a MACTAC update. It was a 4-hour course for MACTAC and a 4-hour course for mobile field force. In 2020 to October of 2021, the training regarding what we refer to as immediate action rapid deployment had stopped because of the COVID pandemic. So we weren't able to train as we normally do. In October of 2021, we started our new mass violence tactical response course, which took over our immediate action rapid deployment training and the MACTAC training. It's an 8-hour course. So far to date, 1,053 department personnel, mainly coming from operations, have been trained. That course is put on between 5 and 8 times every deployment period, depending on scheduling. Sergeant Kiros is the lead instructor for that mass violence tactical response. In addition, from 2016 to present, in the Academy for recruits, they also receive 8 hours of immediate action rapid deployment MACTAC violence response training. Going into the report that's before you in verification, the question how a report of an active shooter is verified. As we spoke about this before, that can be verified in multitude of ways. First, those radio calls coming into communications. Our radio communications operators are trained and skilled in trying to extract that information from the callers, trying to get location, suspect description, weapons, things of that nature. Also, when officers arrive at scene, obviously it's the officer assessment when they first get there. They're looking for witnesses. They're trying to gain information from people in the area. They're looking for evidence at scene, listening for active stimulus, such as gunshots, screaming, trying to get victim accounts, and also listening to the radio when possible, because sometimes these situations are very fluid, and trying to get as much information from those radio operators as the calls are coming in. In our training bulletin for immediate action rapid deployment, we talk about the 4 A's: assess, announce, assemble, and act. So once that situation is verified, if it's an active situation, contact teams are formed, which is a rapid entry into that structure or that location. And the main goal of that team, when they make that entry, is to contact that suspect, that ongoing situation. The person who's causing that situation may contact and stop that deadly threat. The officers are trained if it's non-active. For example, they're not getting any of the stimulus, they're not hearing gunshots, screams, the calls have stopped, they're not quite sure if it's an ongoing life-threatening situation. They still will make entry, but that will slow down to a systematic search of that location, whether it be a school, an office building, whatever it may be. And it's not necessarily rapid trying to find that ongoing threat as the shooter, for example, is continually shooting. If it's an ongoing threat and they're making their entry through and there are victims, they are calling that off to the additional responding officers who will form rescue teams who will come in to aid those victims and extract them. If it is a situation where it's now static, they'll render aid to those victims and try to extract them to the fire department as soon as possible for aid. Moving on to practices for protecting victims and policies and bystanders. Excuse me, my glasses are fogging up there a little bit. Again, the active shooter situation, the goal is to make contact and stop the deadly threat. In our training, whether it be with our MACTAC violence response or our patrol rifles training, the emphasis on preservation of life, in addition to providing medical aid, and they're always looking for that ongoing threat assessment. As they're doing so and moving through those facilities or whatever the location is, providing information and direction to victims and witnesses, if possible, of how to evacuate and self-evacuate from that area safely, so they're not in harm's way. We're always emphasizing knowing your target. We always discuss in our trainings our firearm basic safety rules. We discuss in detail our background and shooting platforms. We discuss our use of force deadly policy. We also discuss de-escalation, our fire control, which is you're responsible for each round. Every time you fire a round, you're responsible to articulate why you had to shoot that round. Those are ongoing discussions in our trainings, in our mass violence tactical response and our patrol rifle trainings, because the patrol rifle is going to be used, if possible, in that response team that will be making entry into an active shooter situation. In discussing short range encounters, in the police rifle training and in the mass violence tech response, they are discussing the short range of firing situations. For example, if you have a diamond formation of officers that are making entry into an office building and they're going into a small office where there may be an active shooter, they are discussing the capabilities of those firearms, the background. Do they have the ability to transition to their sidearm if possible? They train through movement through our small shoot houses to give them that effect and that training of moving through these situations where it could be close quarters. They also encounter shoot and don't shoot situations as they're going through this training. Again, the emphasis on background, emphasis on the appropriate use of the weapons, and if possible, which could be difficult, obviously, in a situation with someone who is committing deadly behavior, transitioning to less lethal. But if that suspect was to not be armed anymore, but Now we have a situation where less lethal is more appropriate. They do discuss the options of less lethal. Going into our changes in policy and practices, there have been no changes to the policy and practices. However, there is a reemphasis on, again, the preservation of life, rendering aid, de-escalation, and particularly in background when it comes to the use of the patrol rifle or slug shotgun, especially in the close quarter situations. Ongoing discussion of that in both the MACTAC violence response and the patrol rifle cadre training. It kind of summarizes, again, what is in your report and the 6 bullet points, A through F, I should say, in the report. And if you have any questions on that, be happy to answer them. And Sergeant Kiros is here also to answer any clarification questions you may have regarding the training.
Thank you, Chief Urena and Chief Ramkunis for that. With respect to the MAP tech training, are all patrol officers go through that, or only a certain select group of officers? I missed that, Chief Urena.
So the goal for the mass violence tactical response would be to have all patrol officers go through first. Most likely, those are the first people that would be responding to such a call. I don't know if you have anything to add to that.
Yes, Commissioner. And as well, we would, the goal would be to get everybody on the department eventually through this, because as we could see, there could be a detective that's out for lunch and he could be the first responder in a situation. So we should all be versed on the tactics and have the same training.
But again, the goal first is for patrol resources to go through it and then make our way through the rest of the department.
Thank you. I'm going to go around the queue. Commissioner Bonner, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do have a couple. This is probably for Chief Reyna, probably. First question, this is relative to the request number 3D, where they're asking about policies and procedures for reducing the risk to victims and bystanders from an officer's discharge of weapons. And the response mentions the 4 basic safety rules, officers being accountable for every round and understanding their own skill. To me, that seems a little bit on the light side, in terms of given the nature of the question of, what really does the department do to reduce the risk to victims and bystanders? So can you at least just maybe break that down a little more in a little more detail, and in particular, just kind of explain the reasoning of the response and how it, covers the ground, at least from the department's perspective?
Sure. So a lot of these things that I pointed out, Commissioner, for example, firearm safety rule, that is a department policy that we have to adhere to. So the 4 basic safety rules are continuously discussed with the officers, and if they violate that, there'd be violation of the policy. Our background, we do have a order on background awareness that came out in November of 2021. It is a training bulletin. All personnel were given this bulletin and were required to read it and understand it. So if the issue came up later with a background issue in some type of situation, the department is going to refer back to this background awareness bulletin from November of 2021. And the officer is held accountable to understand and know what the department's expectation is. And moving on to de-escalation, we also have a training directive relative to de-escalation, what the department expectation is for officers to de-escalate situations when possible, and not resort to physical force or less lethal force or deadly force immediately. It's that scale moving from lower to higher. That is the policy. That is a directive with the department, and they're required to adhere to that. And if they don't, then obviously they have to answer as to why, and the department will take appropriate action. Just like our use of deadly force policy. They have to articulate why they're using deadly force. And the department will judge that whether or not that individual's use of deadly force met the criteria and the expectation of the department. And also in that use of force policy is medical aid. We're now required to provide medical aid to not only to victims, but also to suspects. And we see that now, you see it over and over in the body-worn video and these shooting boards that we're all part of, where there may be a situation where a suspect is injured during a categorical use of force. Now officers are rendering aid, even more so than before, to those individuals. So I know I kind of went through them quickly, but So to go back to that point of policies and practices, these are policies, these are practices, our training that they are given, that they must adhere to, that they must comply with, and if they don't, then the department will take appropriate action.
Commissioner, I would add the guiding principle for our use of force, particularly deadly force, is reverence for human life. And that's all lives, the bystanders, innocent bystanders, people that are engaged in actions outside of the threat that the officer's dealing with. Officers are reminded as to their efforts to fire control of the basic safety arm. We took this kind of a mechanical process of the use of that weapon in response to a deadly force incident. Is how do we train and provide guidance to officers relative to innocent bystanders? But what Chief Reyna indicated as far as de-escalation, the training on background, the training bulletin on that's an expansion of that. I see your point. We could have expanded on this a little further.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'll come back to the issue of bystanders, but he mentioned the background, the de-escalation, the use of force deadly policy, which at least as far as I can see, none of which is incorporated in this particular response. But it's, it strikes me as a generic response when I think we all know the key question and concern really is how you deal with these situations where you're at risk of shooting or injuring an innocent bystander. And so I just think that the reciting kind of the generic, fire safety rules and some of those other principles, at least to me, are not particularly responsive to that question. The other question is relative to request 3F. I think it is at the end of the report. And this is now on the issue of background, where there's an indication that and the question, by the way, included in the question is a request about some of these practices, policies and practices, changes that may have resulted from previous use of firearms in situations where victims or bystanders were at risk of being hit. And there's an indication that background is a primary consideration, but that immediate defense of life takes priority. And I'd just like a little bit of elaboration on that, on two elements of that point. One is, since the question is asking about previous situations where this may have come into play, that's one question is the department aware of previous situations where this may come into play? That's one question. And the other is, how is it trained in terms of, you mentioned before the shoot, no shoot, and maybe that's is the answer. But if you could address those 2 points. One is, what is the history? Are there prior incidents that maybe perhaps are included in the training that people learn from, whether they're here in LA or elsewhere? And then, what is the training?
Okay, so regarding history, yes. And Sergeant Kiros and I were just talking about this before we came online about how they're using situations across the country, other cities, where background comes into play, and discussing that in the training, whether it's the mass violence tactical response or the patrol rifle training, to have that discussion with officers, to get their input, to discuss what happened in that situation. Obviously, we may not have all the details, but we can usually assess from coverage that we see of certain situations, how we would handle that. So those, we do take into account not only our own history of situations where background may have come into play, but also other agencies or other situations across the country, around the world, and it is discussed. And going into, the bulletin, this is a difficult situation when you get into, for example, background and talking about this. We are continuously talking and training and talking about the background and to assess what's behind you. We see this in our shooting boards where officers are giving statements now where they're saying, hey, my background was not clear. I had to move to the left, to move to the right. I couldn't take that shot. The discussion is happening more now than ever before in our training, in our debriefs, in our training scenarios. When they go through the shoot, don't shoot situations, they are talking about that. What was your background? What were you looking at when you took that shot? Those discussions are happening. As far as actual training scenarios where, we're convoluting that background for the officer, we're not doing that in a sense, but we are having those discussions during those shoot, no shoot situations of what it means to assess that background and to have those precision shots, and to be in a position where maybe you can't take a shot. And also the fact that the law allows them to defend themselves if possible, if the background may not be the best. But also they're always trying that balance effect of that, of looking at that and how are you going to engage that suspect based on what you see in front of you and behind you and around you in that situation. So those discussions are happening in the training.
Thank you. And there's an indication that that there have been no changes to the use of force, deadly force policy or training. And I know that's the question is about identifying any changes, but I don't believe that you're saying also that there may not, that you're foreclosing the potential need for any changes. You're simply commenting on the fact that there have been no changes today. Is that correct?
We're commenting on the fact in this report to you that policies and practices have not changed. The law of use of force, state law that was changed prior to this report coming out, obviously, but it doesn't mean that things can't change in the future. If that was what your question was, Commissioner, that we can't reassess and look at our policies and practices, and we're continuously trying to improve on our tactics and our procedures. And if something is recognized that we need to change and enhance, then we'll do that as a department.
Right. And then just before, I wanted to go back just one step, if I could briefly, this is on that same comment I mentioned, or the line that I mentioned before, that the immediate defense of life takes priority. And can you comment briefly on, again, this is relative to the scenarios and the training which presumably are informed by or based on prior incidents, whether they're here or elsewhere. But it is a tricky balance, it seems, because there are situations, I presume, where hesitation or inaction based on a concern for background or bystanders might create the opportunity for an active shooter to continue shooting and potentially harm other people, right? So can you speak to that a little bit in terms of how that, I'm still, trying to get some better context really as to how that trade-off is thought about and trained, because I know there's an inclination, or we would like to imply that you need to give even more deference to the background and more deference to bystanders. When I'm just asking that, how do you also address that other situation where doing that may present an opportunity for an active shooter to continue shooting?
I'll answer first. I think Sergeant Kiros wants to say something. So yeah, it is a very, very difficult situation to be in. For example, if I'm in a room and there's a suspect with a gun and there's people behind that suspect and he's about to shoot me, and I have to make that decision of whether I'm going to fire back and save my own life, or there's a possibility that I could miss with that round and someone could be harmed. Those are tremendously difficult situations to be placed in. And that's what that discussion is ongoing in the training. And it really comes down to that particular situation, the officer's capabilities, and the officer's understanding of policy and procedure to be able to respond to that. Now, when it comes to an active shooter situation, where, for example, you have an ongoing life-threatening situation, someone is shooting and an officer is trying to stop that threat, but there's a possibility that the officer could miss and hit someone. Again, it's a difficult situation. I don't think there's a clear answer to say you can or cannot do that. I think it comes down to the weaponry, it comes down to the officer's capability, it comes down to whether they have ability to move left or right to get a better shot. It's that is what is discussed. I don't think there's a clear answer that you can or cannot do it in that situation. And again, that's probably one of the most difficult situations a police officer can be in, to want to stop that threat and save lives, but at the same time, be very cognizant that one minor mistake could cost someone else their life.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the input, and I trust and assume that we'll have an opportunity to, I know this report is written in the context of some ongoing investigations, but I would certainly hope that we'll have an opportunity to revisit many of these same issues at the conclusion of the investigation, so that we can dig a little further into some hypotheticals and other things that may be problematic to talk about against the backdrop of this ongoing investigation. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. I saw Commissioner Decker unmute her mic first, Commissioner Soboroff, but I'll call on you after Commissioner Decker. Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to add first, I do agree with Commissioner Bonner that the report in some aspects is not robust enough and certainly doesn't reflect many of the items that you have presented today. It'd be my recommendation that it be bolstered and maybe come back on the consent agenda next time, Commissioner Briggs, but I'll leave that to you, particularly in the area of background. All of my questions that I prepared for today relate to the background. And it does seem not robust in that regard in explaining the policy and the training bulletin issued in November 2021. But that said, Chief Reyna, other than issuing a training bulletin, you spoke about ongoing training that officers receive. In what context is that? Is that at the academy or other specialized training? Because to my knowledge, there's not specific training on, it's not labeled background, but it's in the context of other training. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
So what I discussed earlier, Commissioner, was in reference to the mass violence tactical response and the patrol rifle cadre training, where this specific background is discussed in that training. As far as a class that the Department of Training Division puts on, we don't have a specific class. However, in classes that involve the use of firearms, just like de-escalation and preservation of life, and reverence for life and medical aid are talked about, and we also talk about the background in those situations. Not a specific class on it, but it's discussed in these trainings.
Understood. And are you tracking who has received that training versus those that are relying on reading a training bulletin?
Well, a lot of that could be in the curriculum, in the expanded course outline, where it discusses background depending on what type of training it is. As far as, for example, it's in the ECO, the expanded course outline for MAC violence tactical response. So if we wanted to simply filter that and say, did you discuss it here? Yes, these people have gone through this class, have received that background awareness. So we'd have to look to see what other classes background awareness is discussed and is listed in the ECO. Just like, for example, de-escalation, we can see what classes that we teach talk about de-escalation, which I believe most, if not all our use of force classes, and one way or another talking about de-escalation. So I don't have that number right now, how many classes and where it's discussed, but again, when we're getting into the use of lethal force and the use of a firearm, it is discussed in that training.
Thank you. That's helpful. But is the department today able to identify which officers have received specific training on background versus those who would not have received specific training, but just have read the training bulletin issued in November 2021?
Well, I'd have to go back to my staff to see if there's a way to filter through all the classes that have background awareness in it to see how many people have received that training. But that's probably something we can report back on you. There should be the ability to see how many people have had some type of class that discusses background awareness.
Okay.
And Commissioner, I would add that through the lens of examining the process of what an officer and their actions in dealing with a background issue, I would argue and suggest that, first of all, every member of this organization has had a conversation about background and the use of deadly force. It is a concept that has been in existence for my entire tenure, and it goes into the calculation of an officer's actions. I think going back and doing a survey of our curriculum, we can identify specifically how that's woven in there with the recruit basic training, and then with updates in regards to use of force policy. But I'm not aware of a use of force discussion that wouldn't, particularly deadly force, that wouldn't talk about the concept of background and how that interplays with an officer's ability to defend themselves or others from serious bodily injury or death, while also minimizing the threat or risk of serious bodily injury or death to an innocent bystander. Over penetration of weapon systems, the choice of weapon systems, the use of cover and concealment as alternatives, having to resort to deadly force. Those are all matters that have that are founded in the concept of a background in a total calculus of a use of deadly force. A total calculus use of deadly force is, as you know, not one single element. It's a series it's a combination of elements that come together into a split-second decision by an officer to utilize force. But we can go back in this time, as you've recommended, if approved by the board, to adjust or through the lens of looking at background specifically, expand on our responses.
And my concern is not that it's never been discussed, and certainly it's every officer's obligation to read training bulletins that come out. And very specifically, there was a training bulletin in November of last year that was put together after a lot of effort by a lot of people, because background is a very important issue. And what I'm trying to ensure is that the concept of background, while it's appropriate to be a part of other courses, that it is sufficiently prominent in those courses, and that there is sufficient training as to how to conduct those split-second evaluations that we do ask officers, and that we will continue to, because our community is densely populated, and the risk to innocent civilians that are not seen because they're behind a wall is quite great in a densely populated community such as Los Angeles. So we must ensure that the training is sufficient, and that not that it's simply just a part of a lot of training programs, but it is prominent, and that the officers are gaining the skills necessary to ensure that they feel confident in their skills and that they're making appropriate judgments. And Chief Moore, I do have a follow-up question for you, because back in January, I did ask the question as part of the review, there will be ongoing reviews of background in an effort to evaluate whether additional changes need to be made. And you did say yes at that time, but again, when I read this draft report, it doesn't reflect that background or other concerns that I think prompted the council for this report are being under review. And I hear from you that they are, but I just want to gain that assurance.
Well, let me suggest that let me articulate that the department, our training bureau, all of our personnel are geared towards identifying policies, procedures, practices, the evolution of policing to deal with the complexities of background and its relationship to an officer defending themselves or others from a serious risk of death or serious bodily injury. And as they use firearms in response to that deadly threat, how this urban environment and accuracy in the moments that are hand and that could result in an innocent life being lost. And we will never stop that process of trying to understand it and trying to identify meaningful, articulable set of circumstances. But at the same time, in fairness to the complexity of this issue, there hasn't been a golden, a magic bullet, that, pardon the expression, but found as to the extent of how we are going to be able to ensure an officer defends themselves from this risk of deadly risk, and also deals with the unfortunate reality that that round could result in striking an innocent bystander. We see across the country active shooter events that have only accelerated. And we look at each one as best possible to understand, both through public source as well as reaching out to those agencies, what their response were, what their practice and protocols are, in an effort to identify more effective strategies. This Office of Inspector General reported on that effort just a few months ago, less than 2 months ago, and I believe they found that not only did we meet, but we excelled in our areas of standards. So, I don't mean for us to double talk on this, and we're not going to. We're going to continue to pursue, to identify means in which to honor the sanctity of life and the preservation of life and the use of an officer's use of deadly force and reliance on that in defense of themselves and others. And we will come back with you with a more articulable standard as to how that's demonstrated in our training. But the over the last 6 months, I've not found, and I don't believe anyone in American policing has found, how an officer can ensure without risk to any bystander and in moments of a deadly force encounter that their intended use of force will only strike and harm the intended target. We deal with marksmanship, we deal with articulation of weapon capabilities, we deal with the right people whose mindset is not to harm anyone and only in defense of themselves do they even use deadly force or rely upon it as a last resort. But we all wish for the ability to isolate this threat in a manner that no one else would be harmed. And that is a concept of conversation and in delivery of intention with our personnel that's genuine. I believe this isn't just something that background is thrown up there. Well, it's just as a secondary consideration or less important. Innocent lives, the worst thing that can ever happen to an officer is to see his or her actions result in the loss of an innocent life.
Certainly, I agree on that final point, Chief. And I think the point I'm trying to make is particularly in the context of the acceleration of active shooters that and the ever increasing, it seems like, a dense population that we have in Los Angeles. We have a duty to seek constant improvement in this area and ensure that the training that every officer is getting is sufficient, is complete, and allows them in that moment of absolute crisis to rely on that training that they received. And I have not received from the current draft, or I did not walk away from reading the current draft provided to us today with that sense of what you articulate today in terms of the deep commitment of the department to training. But I'll say some of the answers aren't as, even today, are not as thorough as I would hope they would be on the level of training officers are getting, the ability to be assured that every single officer is receiving that training and that it is a part of all appropriate and relevant training programs in the department. That may actually be the case, but which is just another reason why I think having a more robust report might be beneficial, not just for the commission, but for the city council. And with that, Commissioner Briggs, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Commissioner Soboroff.
Sure. So for me, it's only 10 years. For many people that are on this call that are part of LAPD or just general public, can go to 20 years, 30 years, the chief 40 years of tragedies, and some people probably 50 years. And whether you define them as rare tragedies or many tragedies, I think the chief always sums it up correctly in saying that one is too many. But what I want to talk about is the common denominators that I see in these types of tragedies that go beyond officer training. But before I do that, and that revolves around communication, appropriate communication, proper communication, skilled recipients of communication from many times, many people on the outside who are saying different things with different amounts of adrenaline shooting through their systems. But words matter. And the one thing that I haven't heard enough of today is, yes, officers fire back to save their lives. But many times the officer fires to save the lives of the public or the lives of 100 people in a Trader Joe's store where somebody is about to storm the door. That there are more reasons to fire back than just to save, for the officer to save their own life. But I want to talk about communication. The communication starts with the caller to 911. And next, the 911 recipient transfers that information to someone else. And whether it's the officer in charge or to someone before the officer in charge, And then eventually that information is communicated to the actual officers engaged in the situation. And that's where we're talking about all this training. But I want to bring up that the common denominator in these tragedies that the officers engaged in the situation many times are dealing with information that is given to them that may not be accurate, that may have faltered from the line of the starting with the member of the public who called in, or 20 members of the public calling in at the same time, to 911, and to what the 911 officer says when they contact the department, to what that person says when they contact the officer in charge, and what the officer in charge, I mean, this all comes to our brain as far as what happened in Texas, but what the officer in charge says to the officers who are actually engaged in that situation. So when we talk about training, who needs training here? Well, obviously, the officers engaged in the situation. I mean, that's what we talk about all the time, every meeting. And it'll never stop. It'll never be perfect because these situations evolve and we learn. But where does the public understand how their words matter, how they describe a situation? And how is 911 continuing to be trained, those officers, in interpreting word by word, emotion by emotion, what needs to happen as a result of calls from multiple public saying the same or different things in different ways? Because eventually that gets to the department and to an officer in charge. And how is that information communicated? And then most important of all, the cops who are engaged in the situation, what are they hearing through their earpieces? Because they are the ones that wind up the subjects of the use of force. And my question here is this considered enough in this? I don't know if the council even asked about it enough, but to me, it is a common denominator of these tragedies, communication. And I'm interested in the chief or anyone's comments on how we can deal with this, because at the end of the day, the cop with the gun is acting based on their training, and also their training is the information that they know at the time. That's what I see, and I'm interested in any responses to that, if that needs to be brought up more in this report, or how is it dealt with?
Mark, do you want to, thank you, Commissioner. Mark, do you want to address this? It begins on page 4 of the report, I believe, and we'll direct you through that, but also if you can expand on that.
Okay, Commissioner. If I understand it correctly, we're talking about how things are verified, and I discussed that earlier. It is a difficult situation, especially as that information is coming in through 911, and some could be not timely enough. Some information may not be accurate. Trying to get that information to the officers, especially when the officers are at scene of a very, very chaotic situation. There could be screams, gunshots, people running, and they're trying to hear this information also coming in through the radio. I can turn over to Sergeant Quiros to discuss what goes on in the mass violence tactical response training, and when it comes to the verification portion of that, if you like.
I think, Mark, his remark is more towards the 911 operator. So, Commissioner, and on the report on page 5, you'll see there is a reference to some of the process of the mechanical process, if you will, of a emergency broadcast operator, EBO, or police service representative, person taking the 911 call. And this is a small snapshot of the process of how they go through this. But there are considerations in the sense if you have language barriers, you certainly have people acting in a hysterical fashion, you have background noise, and an operator is attempting to gather information and then begin what I'll use the phrase simulcast, or begin broadcasting that information to units to alert them to an emerging issue. We have radio protocols that we could go in greater depth in as to how we tie frequencies together, because we have people coming from different areas coming into a call or situation, and then you have a radio operator, and then you have the person taking the 911 call. Well, there's not one person taking 911 calls. We could have 20 or 30 people taking calls because a multitude of people are calling with varying levels of reports. Now, I won't not reference the ongoing investigation into those very circumstances, but I will say that that investigation will cover and address, or will address, what our protocols and how we perform in relationship to our protocols in communications, in the receiving and gathering and dissemination of an immediate threat of an active shooter, and how updates or appraisals are then provided to officers in an effort to inform them as best possible using a word picture of what we understand is occurring. Now, there is opportunities going forward for in the next 911 generation, which will allow the transfer of videos and other evidentiary items so the officers can have a real-time understanding. That is the future. That is the path we're going to. But currently, it is a word picture that's described by some of the best and professional police service representatives in American policing that are trying to work through chaos and give officers the best word pictures so that they can assess what they have, and then keep that going so that as efforts to resolve the situation, establish control, everyone can, what the hope is our people will be on the same page. Of course, in our investigations, as you know, we find that officers at times can lose radio comms. They're faced with a threat in front of them, or a situation where they're communicating externally and they're not picking up what's happening on the radio, or vice versa. These are not calm and ordinary circumstances. These are moments and periods of chaos. But I will be happy. I think that this report is limited, though, in some degree, by the extent of which this training actually involves. And if you'd like further expansion on the PSR, our work within communications to deal with chaotic calls such as this, and what are safeguards or efforts to ensure an accurate understanding is transferred to the command on scene, happy to expand on this report as well.
Chief, that's my intent is not that. My intent is to just get a sense from you and the other officers that we're talking to today, that that training and evolution and how to deal with these things, whether it's technology or how it's dealt with, is in fact a big part of this. That it all just doesn't fall down to the cop who's thrust into this situation, because their training evolves. But what you're saying, which is of interest to me, is that technology is changing in the 911 sphere. Interpretation of what members of the public, 99.9% who have good intentions in making these reports, how those reports are interpreted, how multiple reports are interpreted, et cetera, is part of the chain of evolution and continued progress. And that's what I'm getting out of this. I'm not as concerned that the report is, if you feel if it covers it enough, that's fine. But I think you've clarified some things to me that I was not aware of. And it's appreciated.
Thank you, Commissioner Soberoff. Having listened to the discussion, this quite detailed discussion, and the questioning from Commissioners Bonner, Decker, and Soberoff with respect to the need for additional information, particularly around training, and training with respect to background, as pointed out by Commissioners Bonner and Decker. I'd like to just get to the heart of that particular issue, if I could, Chief Reyna and Sergeant Quiros. because while talked around the edges, the actual question is, when the background is drywall in a building, is there specific training that officers receive versus a brick wall versus a wood wall versus a steel wall? Is the training different for officers? Because we cannot expect, and I don't think any of the commissioners here expect, an officer to see through a wall, or unless within an apartment, perhaps conceptualize that someone might be on the other side of the wall. So is there specific training for those scenarios?
Commissioner, so for example, in the patrol rifle cadre training and mass violence tactical response, again, it is talked about in the background to understand what your background is. Specific training to recognize yes, you're going to be looking for whether it's a brick wall, whether that is drywall. Maybe you can't tell that it's drywall. It could be sheetrock, could be other things. But what is really talked about in the training, especially in the police rifle training, is the capability of that weapon and the round and the penetration ability of the round. And so they're cognizant of what could happen. For example, if you're shooting at a brick wall, that ricochet, if you're shooting at a piece of wood could be behind there, what could happen, glass that's behind there. They do discuss that in the training, and they do understand the capability of that weapon and the capability of that round as they're discussing the background in it. Is it specific training to say, look, if it's a piece of drywall, you should not shoot? That's not that specific in the training, but they do discuss the capability of the weapon and the penetration ability of the round.
And Commissioner, also, if I could add, this is not an analysis that's limited solely to training. This is also analysis that goes into weapon selections and to the department's selection of weapons, selections of its ballistic qualities and what their performance standards are. For instance, there's a perception that a patrol rifles will over penetrate as compared to, say, a handgun, when then in fact that's not the case. Over penetrate what and what is, and so it's a balancing act of not just training, but weapon designs and acquisitions, so that we balance the capabilities of a weapon for what its intended purposes are and the threat. For instance, the police rifle was intended to deal with the aftermath of the Bank of America shootout and the wearing of ballistic armor and as well as the ability to deal with greater distances and greater accuracy. It does have a role inside of smaller locations, such as a shopping center or mall, and not just an open platform. But in selecting that weapon system, then that helps inform the training as to how that weapon system should be used and what its capabilities and limitations are.
Thank you, Chief. And
if I could add, Commissioner, for example, in the selection just recently, and 4 years ago, the rifle cadre had gone and looked at new ammunition, new rounds on that, and they selected the Black Hills 5.56 cartridge based on FBI ballistic gelatin tests. It penetrates 14 to 16 inches on their gelatin test. So as they looked at all of these rounds, they wanted something that in a sense was perfect for the rifle and what the need of that rifle, but not to have a round that would over penetrate. So they did do these testing and evaluation of different rounds and came up with what they thought was the best one. This is the firearms cadre and the police rifle cadre, which then switched our ammunition. So we're constantly evolving. We're constantly looking at something like that to say what kind of round is out there. What is the new technology, let's call it, because they just changed 4 years ago compared to the round that they had carried previous to that. There is new rounds out. There is a round that's better for us, and let's use that because it has less penetration. So there is discussion not only about the training and the aspect of background, but when it comes to the capabilities, what we have and what technology is out there for us.
And I just want to confirm one last point, which I think is the overriding essence here. When we have an active shooter involved, the overriding policy is preservation of life. And those lives that I'm talking about is not only the officer who's rushing into the situation, but the lives of those individuals who are endangered by the active shooter. Is that correct?
100% correct. That is the goal in active shooter, is to stop that deadly threat immediately.
Thank you. With that, I would invite Commissioner Decker to make a motion along the lines that she suggested, to the extent that the report be buttressed before we send it over to City Council.
I will move that we request the department to supplement the report to take into account many of the issues discussed today and return that matter preferably to the consent agenda at our next, at the first available board meeting that the report is ready.
Second the motion. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Thank you very much, and thank you for a thorough report today, Chief Reyna, Chief Ramkunas, and Sergeant Kiros.
Thank you.
At this time, we'll go to item 4B on the agenda, which is the discusses hiring incentives and the budget. Welcome, Captain McCraney.
Good morning, members of the Police Commission, Chief Moore, Mr. Inspector General, Mr. City Attorney, and Mr. Teefank. I'm here to discuss the inquiries from the Public Safety Committee and the Budget and Finance Committee regarding the following points. Increase the hiring of City of Los Angeles residents, establish an incentive program for current personnel who recruit city residents to join the department, develop a point system to elevate city candidates in the hiring process, report on incentives to enhance police recruiting in light of a tight labor market, including the use of expanded referral bonuses, sign-in bonuses, and other incentives, and also other hiring incentives, as well as best practices to increase the candidate pool. Fiscal year 2020-21 brought several issues that severely hampered the capabilities of the department to hire police officer candidates. Those issues included, but were not limited to, COVID-19 pandemic and social distancing restrictions, the civil unrest, anti-police sentiment, reduction in staffing, recruitment and hiring budget reallocations, and suspension of recruitment and hiring. Since that time period, the department's personnel strength plummeted from over 10,000 police officers down to the current staffing of 9,297. To make up for the loss in personnel, the department hiring goal was set for the next fiscal year to appoint 780 police officers, which is 36% higher than this fiscal year's accomplishments. Like many industries, law enforcement agencies throughout the nation have experienced the added burden of a shrinking candidate pool during a tight labor market. Consequently, competitive police departments have aggressively reimagined their recruitment and hiring strategies to attract quality candidates. I would now like to address the inquiries from the Public Safety and Budget Finance Committees. First one being recommendations to increase the recruitment and hiring of City of Los Angeles residents. The following strategies have been enacted or under development for the upcoming fiscal year. A media campaign directed at city residents identifying the benefits of joining the LAPD, direct marketing on city public transportation, lobbies of city buildings, and city community websites, collaboration with the Economic Workforce Development Department to encompass LA local hire programs, enhance social media marketing and influencer presence, engage Los Angeles community and faith-based organizations, involve senior leads, community relation officers, patrol officers, and department affinity groups to support recruitment initiatives and promote the joint LAPD brand, enrich relationships with Los Angeles-based colleges and universities, the mentorship of candidates, and then also solidifying police officer pathway programs. Those programs include the Los Angeles Police Cadet Program, the Police Orientation and Preparation Program, the Police Academy Magnet School programs, then also the Associate Community Officer Program. Number two, recommendations to establish an incentive program for current personnel who successfully recruit city residents to join the department. The Police Officer Recruitment Incentive Plan, also known as PORIP, was designed to encourage city employees to recruit and refer police officer prospects. For this upcoming fiscal year, personnel departments secure PORIP funding in the amount of $150,000. This funding will allow city employees to be paid $2,000 for every candidate that is appointed and graduates from the academy. So the total cost to the city for that is $150,000. Point number three, recommendations to develop a point system to elevate city candidates in the hiring process. Personnel Department was consulted regarding the feasibility of developing a point system. Implementing a point system was not recommended as the hiring process is based on the merit system, and there's no evident nexus to residency and job performance. Point 4, report on incentives to enhance police recruiting in light of the tight labor market, including the use of expanded referral bonuses, sign-in bonuses, and other incentives. The police officer hiring bonus incentive is something that we are looking to put in place right now. Many law enforcement agencies found that offering a hiring bonus provided a competitive advantage in attracting qualified candidates. Some agencies are offering as much as $40,000 as an incentive. To remain competitive, it is vital that the department adopts a similar strategy and initiate a hiring bonus. It is recommended that $8,500,000 be allocated to fund a hiring bonus. That funding will be allotted as follows as a recommendation: $10,000 for all new candidates and $15,000 for all lateral candidates. Once again, at a cost of $8,500,000 to the city. Point 5, report on other hire incentives as well as the best practices to increase the candidate pool. The department has partnered with the Los Angeles Police Foundation in accepting donations to stand up a housing subsidy program. The donations received are intended to assist 100 recruit officers within the city of Los Angeles for up to 24 months. To date, 3 recruit officers have enrolled in the program and several more are seeking housing as we speak. Over 3,000 candidates have been notified also of this opportunity. The cost to the city for this program is $0. The following best practices have been put in place to increase the candidate pool: the reestablishment of the recruitment budget, the reestablishment of police officer hiring, the restoration of recruitment and employment division staff, restoration of personnel department staff, restoration of in-person recruitment and testing, implementation of revised hiring guidelines, enhanced background investigations through a digital investigative case management system, focused engagement and management of candidates in the hiring pipeline, reduce impediments to candidates in the hiring process, and a marketing and advertising strategies directed at diversity outreach and reshaping of negative imagery. In conclusion, I humbly request that the Police Commission supports the commitment for the hiring initiatives and share their support with the Mayor's office as well as the City Council. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Captain McCraney. I have a question before I ask my fellow commissioners to weigh in and with comments and or questions for you. This money that you're seeking, the $8.5 million, is that in addition to the budget that has already been passed by City Council, or is that allocated from the budgeted amounts that City Council has already granted the department?
This request is in addition to what's already been allocated for the department. In looking at the situation we have right now, where we're seeking to hire 780 officers in this very tight labor market, we've come to the conclusion that we're going to have to be a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more creative, and do a little bit more outreach. We've checked around with many departments across this nation, and this is a tactic that they've been utilizing, and it's been very successful. And we think it's something to be very beneficial to help us to meet our goals.
Thank you. Commissioner Sobroff, do you have any questions?
I do. Captain McCraney, first of all, I think this report is excellent. Second of all, you are a pleasure to work with. You know your stuff. You're 24/7 on this, and I just can't think of anybody else in the country who is easier to work with and more on top of this situation than you are. And I think that in explaining this to the City Council, because if the City Council doesn't do this or comes up with this, well, take it out of something else or do something like that. I mean, we have a crisis here in losing officers, a crisis. And when you add that to the fact that so many of our officers drive over 2 hours to get to work every single day, that's why people don't see cops in LA. That's why people call 911 and it takes too long. So you've boiled this down to really this is the way to do it. I have one question. If you go to page 5 of 7 regarding increase in hiring of city residents and other hiring incentives, and this is the incentive program for current personnel. Just a clarification. When you talk about referrals from city employees, above that, right under the 2, you define, do you also mean city employees, neighborhood councils, nonprofits? Or is it just city employees who would be getting this, getting these funds? Because it's not clear, they conflict.
Yes, sir. And thank you so much, sir, for those kind words. For this initial rollout, the recommendation is that this is offered to city employees. We last had this program, I believe it was back in 2007, 2008, and it was expanded at that time to offer it to neighborhood councils. It was offered to faith-based institutions and similar type organizations. We're not requesting that at this point in time, but that is something that I strongly request that we take a look at and consider expanding beyond just the city employees.
I would agree. In other words, if I were to rank which ones have a better chance at delivering, I don't know why somebody who's an employee of the city, wherever they're an employee of the city, has a better chance than neighborhood councils who are actually out there and nonprofits who work in these areas. So I really hope that eventually gets expanded to include those, either by just by an addition. But the amount of money you're asking for this portion of it is so small. Maybe it has to be increased in order to do that. But I just want to point out how important that these NPOs and the neighborhood councils are, in addition to city employees. Also, is a cop considered a city employee? If an officer recruits somebody else to join, are they part of this or no?
Yes, it's
Good,
absolutely
good.
open up to, yes, the police department and
Yeah.
the city as a whole.
Good, because that's a great source. I mean, who else is a better recruiter than a cop who enjoys what they're doing?
Absolutely, and that's exactly what we're looking for.
Again, I want to just acknowledge the detail and the thought that's gone into this.
Thank you, sir.
And if this don't get a 15-0, I don't know what should.
Thank you, Commissioner Silveroff. Commissioner Decker.
Hi, Captain McCraney. Good to see you, sir.
Good morning.
My question is with respect to the incentives for the hiring incentives for candidates, the 10,000, 15,000. I take it you evaluated other departments in LA County and what was being offered, and this is competitive for the LA market. Is that an accurate assumption to make?
Well, it depends. We go to some our local agencies that are smaller. They're up to 25,000, 30,000. So, part of the factoring was considering that we're trying to hire 780 versus other agencies that are hiring much less. It's Metropolitan Capitol Police, which is on the other side of the nation. They're offering $20,000. They just started that. Plus, they're offering a housing subsidy. Seattle's offering the same type of sign-in bonuses. So it's something that's happening nationwide. I think agencies have recognized that they have to be more in line with what's happening in the private industry, because we've also polled some private industry organizations that have done the same thing. And this is just something that we feel that will help to make us more competitive.
But there are other departments in LA County offering more, right?
Yes, definitely, yes.
But obviously not hiring as many people. Are there, where did you get the 10 and 15 then from if it's lower than the market? Is that what you think is just reasonable to ask city council, or do you feel it's still overall competitive even though some departments are able to offer more?
Well, again, it was based on, I was trying to be reasonable, so as reasonable as I can, based on how many we're trying to hire. If I can get more, I think that would be more helpful and beneficial to us. But I was just trying to balance that line between, what would be reasonable and then also what would be attractive to
Understood,
have
and
someone.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
I'm sorry, I'm finished.
Oh, okay. I was just going to add, I assume you're going to monitor this, see if it's successful, and if we still are not getting the candidates, you may adjust that request.
Absolutely.
Right. Okay.
Absolutely.
I'm
And
sorry.
that's the one thing that we looked at, ma'am. One thing we looked at was not just offering the 10,000, as you see, looking to offer a little bit more to a lateral, again, to get their attention. There's value in their knowledge, their experience, their training that they already have as a police officer. And I felt it was worth it to offer them more to attract them to come to LAPD.
Well, understood that. And particularly since they'd be leaving the department they're at, that seems to make sense, at least to me. Chief, were you going to jump in there, sir?
No, I just want to back Cap McCraney on this. The amount of money that was positioned on both these incentives was a calculated amount that it would be attractive. It'd be a market differentiation, but we also recognize the limits on city funding. And if we were to meet what is in other parts of this region, it would make this even more even a larger item. I saw the eyebrows raised when we identified the $8.3 million that this involves, and we recognize that new funding and alignment of that's a substantial amount. But we do believe that this is something that is that's needed, that's beneficial, as well as improving the hiring process and the time in which it takes a candidate that is qualified to get through the process.
Certainly. Thank you for that, Chief. And I think it's probably a good time also to acknowledge Commissioner Soboroff and his efforts on getting a housing subsidy on top of that, which certainly I'm sure is attractive to many candidates as well. Thank you, Captain McCraney. Sorry, Steve.
Yeah, Commissioner Decker. It hasn't been difficult because the public is concerned. The public is concerned. And if anybody thinks that this program that's described to us today takes us from being non-competitive to competitive, they're wrong. We're still not competitive. We have a long way to go to be competitive. We have some big advantages that people are willing to take less money to come to work for us because of the potentials in their career. Also, hard to tell based on calls that come into this group, but the badge shines. The academy shines on a nationwide basis. This is an important department. But the idea of going to work for $72,000, that's $4,000 a month, which means you can afford an apartment of $1,500 a month. Believe me, that doesn't make it. We are not, by implementing this entire program, going from A to Z. We're probably going from A to D or A to E, and we've got a long way to go. And if in fact the aspirations of every politician running for every office is to increase this police force, these things have to be taken very seriously because it cannot be done unless we continue to do these things beyond what's envisioned in today's report. And the public, from my perspective, because I've been the one going out and talking to them about it, they understand it completely. They want cops to live in LA. They don't want cops with the price of gasoline to have to drive 2 hours back and forth to work. People get it. So just keep up the good work, and I look forward to us being more and more and more competitive. This is just a good start.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah.
I was just thanking you for your efforts on the housing project. But appreciate
I'm a little
that.
sensitive and enthusiastic
Good
because
perspective. I appreciate that, and a recognition that every employer these days has to be making more and more efforts to recruit candidates, keep candidates, and get meritorious candidates through the door. It's a tight.
our competition isn't standing still.
Right.
They're looking at us every time we make a little move, it's national news, and everybody else is moving, they can move just as fast. So that's
So
that's
it
another.
sounds like this may just be the beginning of these efforts to attract the best candidates, but I appreciate that. And Captain McCraney, it does prompt a question that I'm not asking for an answer for today, but I will call you separately of, given that you were mindful of the cost, I'd like to know what else landed on the cutting room floor that you thought perhaps was too expensive. But that's for future conversation. But thank you, Captain. I appreciate it. Thank you, Commissioner Briggs.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Commissioner Bonner.
Thank you very much. And I'll start also by expressing appreciation to Captain McCraney and in particular all of the good people, at least in your shop, that I met some time ago. I hope they're still at it because you're doing difficult work under difficult circumstances. But I did have a couple of questions. And the first one shows up on page 5, and this is the discussion about the potential point system. And one thing that I'm going to ask you to reflect on, because it kind of concerned me a little bit. I understand and appreciate all of the conversation about incentives, just trying to get more people, more candidates in, and more people in the door in particular. But there's also this discussion about getting more officers who live in the city and are residents here. And in this part of the report, it indicates that the point system was not recommended in part because there is no evident nexus to residency and job performance. And so I just need you to reflect on that a little bit in terms of one, I don't know if that was a joint, if that's the personnel perspective just relative to this specific point of hiring, or is it the broad perspective, also the department as well? Or maybe it's better understanding of what we're talking in job performance, because I understand a big part of this is to build trust and instill trust with communities that you're serving. But that line jumped out at me, so I just need some further reflection on what is this all about, getting more city residents to be police officers if we're also saying that there's no nexus to job performance.
I believe that's directly speaking towards the testing process. Like, how do you implement the city residency as a part of the testing process? Like, how do you demonstrate that there's going to be this benefit, this added gain from someone who's in the city versus someone who's not in the city as they go through the 7-step hiring process?
And would you just while we're on the topic, then, I mean, how would you put that in perspective? Say if I'm talking to just a member of the public or just someone on this question, because you hear this a lot, this idea that people want more LAPD officers who live in LA, so there's that kind of broad sentiment that you hear. But what would you how would you just in simple terms explain to people, what is the importance of that then, of having officers who are from LA or living in LA?
Well, probably the best example I can give you is myself. I am someone who was born in Los Angeles, was raised in Los Angeles, lived there for a very long time, moved away from Los Angeles for a long time, currently moved back to Los Angeles, and my commitment and my desire to serve the city never wavered. It didn't matter for me where I lived and where I was. It had nothing to do with my job performance. I believe that most police officers on this job, they would like to live in the city. They would prefer to live in the city. They don't want to live in these far locations, but a lot of it just has to come back to the economics of, what the cost is and living in the city versus living somewhere else. But again, I personally don't think that it, for the most part, influences how someone polices the city.
Okay. The other question that I had, this is on the final page, and there's a comment similar vein where that's somewhat qualified. It says the initiation of hiring and referral bonuses may play a significant role in attracting and retaining qualified police officer candidates. And I'm focused on didn't say that it's expected to play, didn't say it will play, it says it may play. So can you elaborate a little bit on that as well in terms of why that is qualified in the way that it is?
Okay, then sorry, sir, that was my fault. I put the word may in only because this hasn't been done, in so much amount of time, and I just don't have a reference for that. I've seen it where it's happening in other places. I believe that it's going to be a good program. But again, until I actually can get it in place and actually to be able to gauge the response, that's I could substitute that word. It was just my opinion. Just I didn't want to say that. I'm not going to guarantee you because I don't have the reference to say that in fact this will happen.
Got it. I understand. So I appreciate that. I would encourage you to and I may talk to you about this a bit more on the earlier point on how you reflect on this, because if you're asking for the 8.5 and there's other initiatives underway, I think again from the layperson standpoint, it's good to be able to speak directly to that question of why do we think it's important to have more police officers living in the city. I believe that it is important, so I believe that, but I think it's important also to be clear really as to what is the added, I hate to use the term value proposition, but what is it that we're saying the public's, what benefit we're saying the public's going to see if we are successful in increasing the number of police officers who reside in the city. That's all I had, Commissioner Reese.
Thank you.
Thank you, Captain McCraney. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Bonner. Just a second, I'm having technical difficulties. Thank you. Thank you very much. At this time, I move that we approve the department's report and transmit it to City Council with our full support. And with that said, I do want to thank Commissioner Soberoff for taking a laboring oar, particularly with respect to one of the incentives for housing for police officers and new recruits, because that is such an important piece of all of this. Thank you very much, Commissioner Soberoff. Is there a second to our motion?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you very much. At this point, we're going to go into closed session, which will start at 12:45. Thank you, everyone. See you there.
The Board of Police Commissioners will now recess into closed session to discuss Agenda Item 5A in accordance with Government Code 54957.
We're all present, back from closed session. At this time, I'll ask the executive director to report out from the closed session.
Commission has concluded its work in closed session as it relates to item 5A, 1 in custody death 040-21. Commission on a vote of 4-0 unanimously adopted the chief of police recommendations, which were tactics, tactical debrief, 1 captain 3, 1 sergeant 1, 1 police officer 3, 1 police officer 1, 1 senior detention officer, and 5 detention officers. Inmate intake procedures consistent with established criteria, 1 sergeant 1, 1 police officer 3, 1 police officer 1, 1 detention officer. Inmate welfare procedures not consistent with established criteria, 4 detention officers. Inmate emergency medical procedures consistent with established criteria, 1 senior detention officer, 2 detention officers. Post in custody death procedures consistent with established criteria, 1 captain 3. Relates to item 5A2 OIS 041-21, commission on a 4-0 vote adopted the chief of police recommendations, which were tactics, tactical debrief, 1 police officer 2, administrative disapproval, 1 police officer 2, drawing and exhibiting in policy, 2 police officer 2s, lethal use of force in policy, 1 police officer 2. That concludes the report out.
Thank you, Mr. Tiefenk. At this point, I want to wish everyone a safe and sane holiday for July 4th. Please be safe out there, as Commissioner Soboroff reminded us all at the beginning of this meeting. And we will not be meeting next week. We return on July 12th. At this point, there being no further business before the Board of Police Commissioners, I move that we adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everyone. Stay safe.
Thank you.